Let's hope this works. God, it's session 7 now as well, which is a major part of the fun. Let's hope this works. Okay, there we go. Whew, fun and games. Fun and games have been involved, right. So I need to do some setup. Now he's gonna have the same weird background noise as last time, and as usual only missed like 3 streams, but there we go. Okay. Right. Everything working fine? Should probably turn the delay off at this point, honestly. Realistically, it's not major enough to impact anything, but there we go. Hello, Mr. Garlic Bread. Okay. Okay, right. Fun and games involved for everyone. There we go. This up, this should be up. There we go. Right. Only took a small decade. Right, there we go. Okay, that's that. Right. Hello, so far so good?
What's it to do?
I've missed like half this GC, so, you know. Good hosting practices, otherwise, yeah. God, what the hell happened to Pope? What the
I'm
hell
going
happened
to I conquest all of you.
What the hell
So
happened
my
to Spain?
scores.
What the
Don't
hell
talk
happened to
about-
Europe?
Me, I died to Ottomans in France.
What
In
the
fact,
No,
Same
he
time.
gave up his country.
Why does the Ottomans occupy bits
But
of
now,
the
I'm sitting on some islands, so that's fine.
UK?
So I don't care thanks, Venus.
And also you migrated into... Oh, where did Tunis go? I thought Tunis was still here. Did they leave?
No, he had to do something last week, and then he kind of died because he didn't have a sub. Because I thought that was kind of a pathetic thing to put a sub on.
That's very much fair. Surprised to live this long, but okay. Well, he was also not
Yeah.
here this week, so I guess he hasn't looked at the saves.
Yeah,
No
but
one
that was
told
the
him-
reason. Then.
No one tell him his country's gone. You know, and we'll just.
Oh, thank you
Why
very
does
much.
Bregnes? Is Bregnes your subject, or is it just being popped out of you?
It's
probably
a subject.
Okay, I was about to say that would be a lot worse, but there we go.
It doesn't have Ulm or Constance though.
Yeah, but they're free cities. I can kind of understand that if Empire's still a thing. Well, England looking scary. Yeah, Texas is gone, so we're out of
I
freedom.
have
Guys.
to admit, it doesn't look like Russia's here.
I just want to say
Yeah,
I
not looking
got
too good.
13,000. I got 13,000 for Britain. Okay, it was well worth it.
13,000 what?
Ducats.
Jesus.
For what?
What?
For Brittany?
But
Britain.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
Can I give you 13,000 as well?
Also,
I won't give you
I-
anything in return because I don't
right,
have
well,
anything. But
what I'm trying to say
Taigita might
is
want to go
no
on Russia because
and Russia's
Yeah.
important. So, where is Taigeta?
he's currently
he's in the game.
There
He
we
is
go.
on Russia.
I feel like that's the problem solved. Just that good. Didn't even need to. There we go. Anyone else that's like relevant before I forget that there's like an African superpower I missed? Any secret mechanics
No, I don't think
in
so.
the Sub-Sahara?
Lemon,
Moses is
if
finished.
Texas attacks my colonies after I let him grow, I'm gonna kill him.
That's fair, but also Texas isn't here this week. But there you go.
Oh, come on. I want to
I
play.
mean, he's an ally to you.
No,
Yeah, you
he's
shouldn't.
not. I
Is he
have
not? Oh.
alliance limit problems because I'm a English monarchy and I don't have nobles.
Yeah. But to
But I doubt
clarify,
he's gonna
yeah,
attack you.
no, just I'm not saying he was attacking you. I was saying that other people were asking if Texas could attack you, and the answer to that is yes. But your only way of defending will be enforced peace. Just a heads up, because we did change it so that overlords can, you can just kill colonies. Otherwise, until imperialism, if you're a colonial person, you just get very much screwed over. But there we go.
I did not know that.
That was changed at the start of this GC, and you all definitely agreed to read the rules. You all have read the rules, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have read the rules,
What are the rules?
but I have not noticed that.
No, Lemon, because I asked was because Cuba is owned by Portugal, and Portugal is a vassal of GB, so that was like, can I attack Caribbean because it's the colonial nation of an AI,
I mean, yes, he can still enforce peace. You can actually attack colonial nations. Again, we changed it because they were getting a bit too hard cut last GC. So, yeah, have fun with attacking colonial nations. Otherwise, ready up, please.
Organizujemy krucjatę
And
przeciwko
I'm going to ignore Polish.
Flandrom.
Tam smordy Abi.
Twoja stara.
Ja, natuurlijk.
Bonasera.
Gaan we nou andere talen praten dan nu?
They're
Okay.
all speaking weird languages.
Takie będzie, nie budu. But there we go. Right. No, I'm just going to sit here because there's relatively less of us left now. I'm still surprised people are saying this. I thought there'd be like 5 people left in the game, but no. Rip Hungry. Otherwise, yeah. I would just say it to
I
make sure
think
no one
you can
gets...
say rip
knocked
a
out.
lot of people, to be completely honest.
What happened to Denmark? Are they still Denmarking?
No,
not really.
Yeah, they have like 1 province.
Provinces. I hope.
Remember to previous GC where it was colonial power.
Right.
Colonizing
Completely
all
unrelated,
of
but
the
while we're
life.
waiting for the lobby thing, quick question. What do you think is going to be more fun to stack? Construction cost reduction or dip rep?
Construction cost.
Construction cost.
Okay,
Can build
if I
literally
tell you
everything.
that I have theoretically found a way to do some really dodgy, weird things to get it down to minus 100%.
Have they not capped it?
I just looked at it in theory, and in theory you can... it involves really dodgy things, because you have to basically get the Persian... the Unite Islam thing to get the theocracy, then go Hindu. While keeping the theocracy thing.
Is that allowed? Does it
No,
feel like
but
it
what
should be
actually
allowed?
I've tested this is that you can, for example, as Persia, have the Islamic theocracy, pop the ability for minus 50% construction cost, then go Hindu to get their, one of the goals
I
to
have
minus
to
10%.
admit,
And then with other things like going revolutionary, you can then at that point get to minus 100%.
they probably have capped it though. They are.
Well, I don't
not
know,
bad
and I want to
at
do a
capping
campaign
things.
where I test it the hard way. But yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like 100% construction. It would be 105% construction cost to actually rub it in even further, but there we go. Okay,
I
construction
think
cost
it's like
reduction it is.
fort cost. I think you can get about 100%, but I think they've capped it, so it's only really worth it going to like 90%.
Fair enough. Well, it is what it is, and wow, I looked at the human players and everyone's unplayable. Well, I guess there's not many AIs left. But there we go. Anyway, that was that. I'm gonna go look through the countries and give constructive criticism, aka riff into all of them for not having 1 billion income by 1445. And I
Mine
will
comes
see you all,
55.
and I will see you around if other issues persist. Otherwise, enjoy your playables. It's getting to late game EU4 now. Right, but there we go. who is paying me on things? Hopefully not something important, because I don't want to deal with important things. Ooh. Important things, I know, trust me. Right. So let's get back into that. Yeah, I understand construction cost reduction. It's actually 105 to rub it in. I think that would be the thing to go for, but there we go. Right, I'm going to give a couple more seconds for the subs to figure out what's going on with their countries, then we'll unpause. I can't type in the chat because I'm observer, so I'm quote-unquote on purpose backflagged. If I demonstrate here by doing a little wave, nope, doesn't come up in chat. So there we go. And while that's waiting, budget's not highest, but let's check ledger for economy because I don't want to see who has the highest total income. It's GB, yeah, no surprise there, halfway to Econ Hegemon. Now, let me guess, 300 ducats English channel? Looks like it. Assume with trade efficiency, 300 ducats English channel. 350 ducats English channel, okay, I take that back. Even better than I expected. I mean, the French are probably making a decent chunk out of it, ironically enough. Oh, they're not collecting. Fair. But there we go. And yeah, I think I will get for construction cost, so that's a bit of a breakup. I think I'll do that as the next video instead of going for a small balance update for or just... Basically, I've kind of semi-planned the campaign. You have to also play Portugal or Brandenburg because both Brandenburg and Portugal are the only countries with the idea for minus 50% construction costs in your national ideas. But there we go. Anyway, enough rambling about that. We're here for the GC, so let's sit back and enjoy the GC. But that's a little bit of a spoiler for the next thing I'm planning to do. I guess more of an actual video that's not GC related. And Britain keeping a decent chunk of armies over here. Looks like they're starting to be involved, but oh, they're allied with France. Okay, so interesting in that regard. And yep, Orthodox. They kept English monarchy. I'm surprised they're not going for. Because that's the thing. There is a way to get rid of English monarchy while staying as a monarchy. A, get rid of the Dutch revolt. B, go into English civil war, which they currently will be into. As the civil war, back Cromwell, go republic, then tank republican tradition down to 0, and 0 republican tradition go back to a monarchy, and you get a normal monarchy, not English monarchy. So, yeah. Also, interesting to go aristocratic court here. I mean, I can kind of see the armed tradition decay as nice to have, but I mean, they don't need the money, but in general, I would argue for production efficiency here. I mean, States General is also really nice to have because of the bonuses, but there we go. Also, why is he not... God knows why he's not taking that, but there we go. Right, well, while the couple people are piecing out, like the Ottomans piecing out with Russian, no clue what they took. God, I actually have no clue what they took. Moldavia probably or something? Won't know. Also, hey, Kiev's still kicking around. I'd love to see that. Getting way too distracted, I know, sorry. But there we go, yay, Kiev with defensive, religious, diplomatic, into offensive. Oh, it's something, God, I'm so used to the quantity, econ, quality meta that, like, I need to try and play with the other idea groups, because a couple thousand of hours worth of quality econ, quantity, econ, quality gets a bit old, to say the least. But there we go. Right, let's work through the countries in the list of relevance. So not relevant, sorry, in the list of human players. Let's start with Delhi. How are the Delhi doing? Am I going to be impressed with our resident moderator slash player here? Economy, it's up there. Got the tick up from me. Good enough economy in that regard. Definitely running good advisors. Into trade here, so only commend that. One idea group away. A bit behind on institutions, but he's getting them. He'll be fine. Compressed, he can embrace it at that point. Debt is negligible. Min-max in your estates. Taking good chunks of land, and there's Siam. Looking nice and beautiful, because they were actually in that player war, so GG on Siam. Siam, by the way, I know I keep getting distracted, I'm really sorry about that, but particularly going to Siam. There's this very annoying mission, where it's now fixed you can bypass, but in the old patch you couldn't bypass because you needed to have 3 people in that primary culture to exist here. And then once you get it, you get subjugation TB on yourself. Great. Subjugate yourself. And that's the thing, there's like some decent, missions afterwards, to eat southern China, but Yeah. Wow, that's actually... Did they get any end of the game modifier? Wow, permanent claim on China. That's actually pretty good. And trade efficiency until the end of the game you take. Siamese absolute... I remember seeing the Siamese Revolution once, but yeah, anyway, what I'm trying to say is this mission's broken. And this is going to have to be me save game fixing it at the end of this session. But there we go. And immediately 5-player wars kick off. God, let me double check this. So, a Delhi humiliation of Persia? I mean, I guess a diplomatic war, but there we go with Persia. Otherwise, Japan and GB, British, Malay, and colonial. What the hell? Malaya, Japan, and Russia against GB. Oh, that's interesting shout. Did they doubt Caribbeans? Who doubt this? Malaya doubt this. I'm assuming over Australia. Because if we check, the war goal is take Cape. Oh, over the Cape. Well, that's something worth fighting over, in fairness. Although, you probably want more than 2,000 men to fight it for you. And hey, Congo still existing and colonizing. Granted, could be doing a better job, but there we go. And say Eu4, he was a player, but yeah. I'm assuming being kept alive so colonizers for them, but we work with what we got. But anyway, we'll let that happen. Let's take a look at Delhi then. Force limit wise, respectable 500,000 at it as well. Combat width is 30, they're keeping. Okay, good. Well, it's good enough. They have most of the back row between them here. And in general, with force limit keeping 20k infantry stacks as reinforcements, that's fair. They only have one back row. A country this size, I would definitely make the case for 2 back rows, but I think it looks like it. No, there's a semblance of another. This is a double split up back row, and this is half back row. Weird decision, but yeah, I've definitely argued for at least 2 back rows for a country this size. I mean, I've argued for 2 back rows, a country a third of this size, but yeah. The second back row does go a long way if you are bothered to micro, so there we go. Right. Beyond that, heads up on ideas, it sums up on ideas, sums up on policies, sums up on economy. Inflation's a bit too high, but your economy's fine, so it's not like you jeopardize too much by it, but at the same time, you know, 20% extra cost, that's a bit of an ouch on expenses to say the least. But it is what it is. Right. After that, let's move on to Persia, aka Mamluks who formed Persia. Interesting shout. And did they actually go for the... Yes. Oh, they went Mamluk government. They went Mamluk... Okay, okay. Makes sense. I guess I would make the case that Mamluk government is the one to go here. But a better way... Okay, and army composition. Definitely getting a thumbs up from me. 4 back rows here. Bit of a staring contest right now looking at this mountain fort. That's understandable. I'd also be staring at that mountain fort and not wanting to go in because that would be awkward for you. Fortunately, that is giving them ticking, but it is what it is. Otherwise, economy is good enough, definitely, no questions about it. Also, with religious force, does give you that better army quality, but... But there we go. Right. Force limit. Is that higher than Delhi's? Wouldn't be surprised. No, nowhere near, actually, I was about to say. But still very respectable at this point. And with religious ideas, what this does allow you to do is run the morale policies, giving you a hopefully non-trivial morale advantage. Let's double check for this war as well. Mesa Humiliation War land literally cannot be taken. Yeah, they have other things going for them, yeah, like Conquest of Bengal. For morale, so kind of getting matched there mostly, but it's still nice to have that as policies. And morale, I mean, morale is one of those things that people who are brand new to the game love morale, and it's great for you getting your flashy stack wipes and winning flashy battles, there's no denying it, but the real damage of the game is obviously discipline, and that's what you really want to play around. However, at high enough levels, morale is also still important. It's one of those weird curve things where people really bad at the game love morale, people really good at the game love morale, people in the middle correctly prefer discipline over morale. And you should. You should really, if given a choice between discipline and morale, you should take discipline, unless it's like, 2.5% discipline over 20% morale. But once you stack your discipline, you also take morale. But there we go. Beyond that, yeah, I've seen this religion instead of trade being used quite a lot recently. Especially in this GC. I guess it's more of a shifting meta where everyone is kind of rich enough where they don't need to trade, but God trade makes a lot of money. I will be assuming as well offensive here for that 5% discipline and force limit at your 18th tech, but it is what it is. Right. Otherwise, yep, max stuff out of your estates. Troops being used, no complaints there. Delhi Persia 1E1 Mountain Stairfest. It is what it is. No complaints to the country then. Moving on to the French, who were a bit keen, to say the least, I think, to give up any claims in the Low Countries, but probably kept the British on their side in that regard. Are they condottiering them or something? Weird. Not sure about that, but Britain keeping most of their armies on the continent, funnily enough. Yeah, clean up for them. Well, what's left of Europe? I'm assuming cleaning up for themselves the Genoese trade node, which will be pretty good for them to get all their end node trade in, because a decent chunk of it is being nicked by the English. But you work with what you got. Okay, Russia, okay. But it is what it is. Also, do have Naples as a subject here, so there you go. I'm assuming the Ottomans have been basically fed Venice here. Yep, both subjects, so Ottomans having complete control, and yes, steering all of this through to Venice makes perfect sense. No questions about that. Right. But that's Venice then. So Ottomans going into here, makes sense. Westphalia kind of existing in Germany, and Prussia slowly but surely integrating their subjects. Prussian monarchy is great, but God governing cabinet does... It hurts, man. It hurts. But there we go. Right. Otherwise, to go back to the French, sums up on the economy, even decent trade, which the French I tend to find struggle with, ironically enough. But there you go. Yeah, trade ideas, respectable, well, everything in that regard. Ironically enough, you'd expect France to be leading on morale, but even with their Elan 20%, still, I mean, you get another 15 with religious if you look. So I can kind of see, yeah, 5% morale, 10% siege build, and then another 10% morale, so with quantity. So it is what it is. Beyond that, yeah, not much to complain there. Respectable force limit. Yep, at around 400k, so no Napoleon 1 million army, but respectable enough, especially with, I think, a lot of these being captured from them. Yeah, lost Lorraine, and God, this is cursed, but assuming they'd want this back. Although, wow, that's a lot of awkward allies to Westphalia then. France, well, they actually have a reasonable World War II set up here, ironically enough. Yeah, France into Westphalia, calling in their friends, kind of gives us a World War II. And instead of Alsace-Lorraine, well, it actually will be literally fought over Lorraine, which is, I think, rather poetic, but there we go. Sums up to the French there, no questions asked. And yeah, when you're not paying for your troops, you'll be making absolute bank, which is probably a good thing. Oh, I was going to say they're heavily in debt, probably, but no, okay, they're fine. Assuming dealing with governing cap, mostly dealing with governing cap, and yep, getting stuff out of your estates. Still actually running French strong duchies, probably because, well, this is nice to have, but there we go. This is ironic because Palace of Versailles is now a, a thing, but there we go. And yeah, this is a good modifier to have. And I like how just getting yourself to be a hegemon gives you some nice things as the French. But there we go. Alright, enough looking at the French mission tree. It is beautiful, we all know that. Moving on to Westphalia. There's only one of the strongest tags last time, but so far so good. Into religious, because I'm assuming... Well, wow, no, still respectable income despite its rather precarious position. Horsemen also sitting at around 400, so it may not look like it, but they are equaling the French. And in that regard, beautiful discipline as well, no question about it, even a bit of absolutism. Oh, they're strict, that would do it, and yeah, not paying for their troops, so no morale. But at the same time, yep, bishopries. I'm surprised they didn't see monastic orders. I think they're doing this for governing rank. But there we go, yeah, because switching Dutch rank is a bit ugly, but monastic order for that fort maintenance is kind of nice to have, given how prevalent a lot of mono strategies in EU4 are around forts. But I guess you can always tank that cost. External mission for manpower recovery instead of, well, yeah, no question there. But dev cost is dev cost. I mean, there is, yeah, no real question about it. In MP, having the Magic Brain engage Devotion Republic. Jesus Christ, I did not think it straight today. It's way too hot in my room, I apologise. Having the whole devotion mechanics, aka theocracies, are by far the best government reform to have. Exception of that can of course be the Prussian government, but the thing with the Prussian government is you do pay quite heavily for it with governing camp. So, yeah, it's 10% discipline, but with a very respectable price. God, but there we go. Otherwise, yeah, economy, definitely very well done on the economy tab. So far, so good. Wow, you're stacking your taxes. Stacking some taxes. And very respectable force limit. Got on the manpower as well. Do want to check the French manpower, actually. And yeah, about the same to the Westphalian one. GB is the real one stacking that manpower spice, and we'll get to GB in a moment. Let's move on to the Ottomans, who have had a very long amount of death wars, hence not in a complete dominant position as they were in around 3 GCs ago, but still so far so good. Economy could be theoretically better, especially as the Ottomans, but this is definitely enough. There's no complaints there, especially given that they went religious here. Going trade here, very interesting. I would argue offensive, but if they're not intending to fight a lot of wars until Tech 22, you can kind of get away with it, and I guess they do want the money over some more force limit. Yet regarding force limit, yep, almost 500,000 there. This spin exists. Are they strict? Nope. Ottoman traditions and yep, okay, advice of weapon quality, full quality, yep. So we'll be at 125 ironically enough with a full offensive, but there we go. Have they kept this land? Well, that's the ironic thing. They've gone religious and then haven't converted their land. And the reason for that is, as the Ottomans, you don't want to convert your land. It is the ultimate humanist build because you get so much out of wrong religion provinces, like to the point of absurdity. The Dhimmi give you stripped from the Dhimmi and guaranteed Dhimmi at higher Dhimmi taxes. So if we take a look at, say, this Orthodox province, guaranteed Dhimmi autonomy, so yeah, local missionary strength is gone. But you also don't contribute to religious unity. 20-50% tax, which it's, let's be honest here, no, it's not great. I'm not going to encourage that. It's a good thing, but 30% local manpower modifier, and that is definitely something you very much want to take. The Ottomans are that kind of weird government where you actually kind of want to spawn either Coptic or Orthodox rebels here. Normally Orthodox, but Coptic I guess also works. Then you want to have them all convert all your land for you through rebellions, and then don't actually flip and stay Ottoman government because you get so much out of your wrong religion land. Rather ironic, isn't it? But it is what it is. And actually, wow, unjustified demands from the Ottoman government. It's actually pretty good for single player. Ottomans never failing to disappoint, but there we go. Otherwise, economy stands respectable. Force limit is force limit. Yeah, no complaints there at all. The Ottomans, especially given their start, was rather painful. We had one of our, shall we say, better, if not one of the best players in the GC on Hungary there, who definitely made them pay for all of the land that they took there. So, hats off to that. Otherwise, yep, definitely managed to negotiate themselves expansion in Italy to get themselves that Venetian trade, which is to be a decent amount of their economy, although they are probably without trade ideas here with going religious, kind of struggling on merchants, I would guess. Yeah, struggling on merchants. Making out of Aleppo, but this has kind of been nicked from them, so another 10 ducats worth of trade. With trade steering, that'll be around 15 at least. Maybe, well, it's trade steering given the thing, and how they can trade companies. I'm assuming they full chord this? No, kind of ironic, but they can trade company this. I'm not sure if they should, but they definitely can. I would say if you're not having issues with governing cap, which they are in fairness, definitely trade company. Definitely don't trade company, definitely full core, because it gives you the important thing that MP people care about, manpower. But if you just want money, trade company away. It is beautiful to trade company this land. No question about it. Italy is some of the best land to trade company because it's high dev and then all the trade company investments in it are just stacked so nicely with it. But there we go. Moving on from the Ottomans to Japan, who is I think Japan got the wrong memo. We're not playing Hearts of Iron 4, but there we go. Expanding quite generously into China. It is what it is. Awkwardly enough, a lot of this trade is, well, kind of all over the shop, so that's not great for them, but could be worse. Hopefully they're getting something out of making that they're sending that much trade that way. Have they gone anything regarding colonial ideas? No. Oh, they have, which makes me question this religious ideas as fourth even more, but up to them, I guess. Economy is also very respectable. They can definitely make a lot more from trade, but yeah, China is good. No denying that. Another thing to say is, okay, I sit at half Force Summit, but Force Summit is almost 1,000,000 and respectable manpower. They are in Japanese ideas. They formed it as Uchi, I believe? Ouchi? I can't remember which one they formed it at, but Japanese ideas were better than that particular one. So there we go. Also, oh no, they're not getting that 100% prestige from land battles. What a shame. Although actually the general cost, I would argue, is pretty good. But yeah, I'm assuming they also have an upgraded Mount Fuji, because we all know that the best way to get your local tax modifier from a mountain is to put around 18,000 ducats into it. Because, yeah, that's definitely worth it, but there we go. I'm very sad that this wasn't a bug. This would be the funniest bug if you could relocate Mount Fuji. Unfortunately, they did think that one through, but it is what it is. Otherwise, yeah, no complaints there to say. Economy, Force Summit is up there, and manpower is good. So, yeah. I mean, in general, you can kind of assume that if you made it this far, you're good. In terms of the economy, how is this going? And, oh, Persia's on the offensive. Interesting to see, interesting to see. Delhi's trying to recover and taking some battles, but what is going on here? Jesus Christ. That's something you want to be seeing as Delhi. Oh, you outnumber them that much, but okay, here goes their navy. Do they have any cannons here? They have some cannons here. They really need a second back row so they can take at least 2 fights at a time. Because that is really awkward for them. They need to, like, be able to defend them. They're going to get a free siege on the mountain fort. Are they going to go in here without cannons? Well, with some cannons, but definitely not enough cannons. Definitely have your second back row. I'm not sure why you're doing that. Although Persia's keeping a lot of their troops back as well, so reinforcing that will be rather awkward for them. But yeah, no, that first volley with the cannon is going to be rather devastating. And there we go. Yeah, even if you're defending the mountains, you're going to have to put a lot of infantry into that meat grinder, which in fairness the Indians can do. But Persia can also answer, and I'm surprised the Persians are not answering that. Okay, they do decide to retreat here. In fairness, there's no need for them to be on the offensive. They have the ticking. And they'd rather take preferable engagements, but there we go. Still not sure what the hell is going on in that war, but it is what it is. Moving on to Japan, to Andalusia, who has been a very well played Morocco. Probably, I think, the second best Morocco I've seen in the GCs. The first one being played by Arak. Well, I'm still a player, not even the host, so you know. It is what it is. You can see the Black Guard is there for that 2.5% discipline. You know, when in Rome, when not. Take it. Otherwise, yep, running Andalusian ideas, which are actually, I would want to say, probably one of the better idea groups that doesn't have 5% discipline in it. You have a very decent chunk of morale of armies. You have goods produced. Ship trade power, better in a single player, shall we say. You got your manpower modifier. and you've got this beautiful fire damage received, which a lot of people disregard it, but it's definitely very nice to have there. And, you know, it's a bit more tolerance, which is kind of nice, given all of this land is definitely not sunny when you're conquering it. But otherwise, yeah, very much nicely done by them. Surprised they still have this core until... surprised they're still not integrating Sail here, but I guess they're keeping them around as a fun Pirate Republic for fun and games. Otherwise, economy is definitely very good. Wow, actually getting a lot more trade than they should have. I'm assuming they're nicking it from other people, so hats up in that regard. Properly done on ideas, have no complaints there. Yep, very much no complaints there at all into offensive, so very well done. Force limit, I would have guessed it would be bigger at this point, but oh, they have a lot more force limit camps. They have a lot more force limit camps to build, so that's absolutely fine. Assuming full force camp investment, they can definitely get away with it, but they have a couple of loans to pay through, so yeah, do work through that, especially since you're not running force limit. Interesting, they're not giving anything to the Dimmy here, especially, I guess they rather convert. Yeah, surprised they're not converting, ironically enough, but there we go. And oh god, yeah, a lot of this is sheer, which is rather unfortunate for them, but it is what it is. Right, otherwise, yeah, no, hands up on the economy. Are these all 1%ers though? Oh, Mr. Ma. They actually have 2 reductions to their interest. Did they get a National Bank? Yeah, National Bank. Yep, National Bank with economic ideas. So quite a respectable reduction there, but there we go. Right, and that's an observer. I'm not playing, so there we go. Moving on to the Prussians, who, let me guess, are struggling with governing cap. Huh, they're really not. They got administrative or something. God, no, they did not, but they got religious to really go overkill on their military quality, but there we go. Not sure why they're partially not paying for their troops, but there we go. Economy, well, as Prussia, they never got a good one in the first. They're a good one, but this is ironically enough for their death warning situation. Force limit is very respectable for the fact that you are, well, Prussia. Giving Prussian monarchy, do they have full militarization? They do, and they are getting a very decent chunk of it, meaning that, yeah, very good on the discipline, and they're running land maintenance modifier okay, so they can actually get another 5% there, which is rather impressive. And definitely using the max out of Junkers. Equilibrium at 91, you'll love to see it. And that's with primacy of the Junkers, so revoking that. Oh, sorry, my mouse is all over the shop. Revoking that gives them 96. But there we go. Anyway, without integration, they're probably just over governing cap. Wow. Oh no, what did the Pope do? Humiliating the Tuscan. I think he'll be fine. I'll be honest with you. I think that's a war he can probably win. I don't think that's what they meant, but there we go. Right. Yeah, Pope has been exiled out of Italy. Well, mostly. He kind of lives on the island now. He's probably going to pursue, from what I've heard, a mere maritime annoyance policy. Yet maritime and going into naval. Yeah, that's probably his best chance of survival, unfortunately, ironically enough. I mean, we get a bit of skipping the gun here, but ironically enough, still getting a decent chunk of economy because he's making trade from Genoa, where the French are sending a good chunk of it. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Surprised to keep in Tunis, but there we go. They've even accepted the Tunisians without. Are they culture shifting? What? Was I about to say? Oh, what the hell is going on? Did they? I'm not sure how this happened. Well, I know how this happens. Bloody Leviathans. Forget the City of the World's Desire. Palermo is the City of the World's Desire. Kind of reminds me of one of my CK2 campaigns where I literally, I think it was get the achievement as thing where I played as Sicilians in Palermo and literally made it, well, the City of the World's Desire. But yeah, no, there you go. 79 there, Palermo. That's Leviathan explained for you right there. 79 death Palermo, of course it bloody is. Being as their primary culture when none of it is. God, this is actually kind of painful. I mean, you're actually making a reasonable chunk of money from trade. Ironically enough, I'm not sure why he's not accepting all these people, but there we go. Can you even embrace the Counter-Reformation? Yeah, the Counter-Reformation probably makes Catholics compete with Orthodoxy as the religion you want to want faith with. It is rather strong in that regard, but at the same time, God, Orthodoxy's good. They got a free dip slot. They do, and wow, it's a lot of Gavli compatibility. Especially once they get this. Yeah, that'll be a 40%. Ouch. And don't forget, this is current patch, not current patch. It's one. This is before the naval force limit fix. So galleys have this. Galliots have this really weird engagements of 0.5, making them unironically stronger. Especially once you get this as well. Because that means you'd be running like 55% combat ability, so... God, absolutely disgusting. But getting back to going through our countries, back to Prussia, some thoughts from me. Their economy could be better, but definitely good enough as Prussia to get away with what they're doing. Force is there, the army's definitely there. That's about the only thing Prussia has going for them. But then again, it's EU4 MP, that's the only thing you need. And a good army. And very good use of their estates, so no too much in terms of complaints of there. Idea-wise... Religious, I would argue, for trade, you probably need your income a bit more than you need the religious morale and stuff. But there we go. Interesting, they went for the quote-unquote morale, but didn't take the 5% morale from saints except prayers. But there we go. Right, moving on from Prussia to Malaya, who had. Oh, they have gone general estates. That's good to see. Weird they're getting the status and power. Dip prep and national unrest is not what you really want, but manpower recovery speed 10% is what you do want. Still running monopolies even. Interesting choices, but yeah, economy. Well, I know economy has seen better days, but it's still very, very good for their size, especially given they've lost a decent chunk of land. Very, very behind on ideas here. Like, people are definitely going their idea 18th and. Ooh, that's behind on admin. It's a bit of country fixing for you to go through here, Malaya, especially given that people are going to want to fight you over your Chinese holdings, to say the least. And oh dear. Well, there goes Australia. I think they had Australia, but maybe completely wrong here. I thought they had Australia. Probably explains this peace deal. And Sunda still exists, which is kind of awkward. They are, I think, finishing off Brunei, or what's left of it. Although, wow, Brunei is still rather substantially existent. And with that, and a little bit more consolidation of AIs. Oh, this is their subject, I was going to say. Yeah, this is very little. Oh, well, Cebu, I think they were a subject, actually. Unless the AI managed to have a really good time. But there we go. Yeah, no, they got beaten up by Assam and immediately backstabbed by an Australia as well. So it could be better, to say the least. Moses has got a bit of an uphill battle ahead of him. Oh dear, well that's not for the best. Right. Otherwise, well, manpower could definitely be better, and so can force them. But then again, he just lost a lot of his quote-unquote core land in wars that he took from Sam himself. If we look at their cores, yeah, bit of a reconquest there, but there we go. Right. Moving on to, well, again, the Pope we have been over, ironically enough, because it is slightly out of order, but there we go. We can move on from the Pope. They haven't changed much. Vijayanagar. I'm assuming basically keeping dead around as their hat, but not really. Not being allied with them. And I'm assuming not on best of terms, but they're not in a position to fight them. Not with half their force summit and a good, I'd say, what? Oh wow, comparable income, ironically enough. Mostly guessing if VJ's making a decent chunk of their trade, they are, yeah. Trade ideas there, yep. No question about it. Very behind on dip. Not sure what's going on here. But I guess they need to get their trade ideas going, and yep, running these policies are fair enough to them. Abusing estates, as you should be. Not much in terms of complaints here. Forcement could be better. But let me guess, they have a decent chunk of debt? Very much so. Yeah, they probably want to work through that debt before they start spamming this button. However, once they start spamming this button, they should be catching up. Without question there. So there we go. When Russia artillery only. I don't think Russia's the best one for artillery only. I will definitely agree with Thori here that Aragon is better one to do artillery only with, and then into Spain because the artillery fire +1. Russia doesn't actually, like, okay, what does Russia get to their artillery? They get that Russian artillery yard. Which, it's not bad. Cost is definitely important on artillery only runs because, god, armies are already kind of expensive, but it's only 10% artillery combat ability. And artillery just already lack the staying power that you kind of need in life. And of course, that's the thing with artillery is if you're doing artillery only and you get a reasonable amount of staying power, you will absolutely decimate everyone, which means, ironically enough, as artillery only, you want to really snag discipline. And, well, artillery fire, so that you don't need to stay in the combat. Which means, it's either Aragon or Prussia. But the thing with Aragon is that it's a lot easier to have, you know, at the start before Tech 7, when you're literally not allowed an army, it's a lot easier to do it, and especially in the early game with Aragon, you get Castile for free as a PU. And with Castile for free as a PU, you can actually do early game wars, because Castile can be there, hopefully, fingers crossed, a lot of the time. Russia, you do get your subject swarm. The issue with that subject swarm is that it's not on the Iberian Wedding PU where you get minus 100% Liberty Desire. And if you have to delete your armies at the start of the game, well, Novgorod's going to come knocking, and your subjects are not going to be loyal. And you will have to delete your armies if you're doing a true artillery only. So, what I'm trying to say to reply to your joke is, this is a very serious answer as to why no Russia artillery only. Aragon artillery only, well, I'm not that much of a budget ISP. But there we go. Right, beyond that, we have done the Pope, we've just done VJ. Going on to GB, the richest person around, and a very active GB. And I do like seeing an active GB who's actually, you know, taking part of continental politics. Interesting they took Brittany. If anything, I think a trade of Brittany for Normandy will be for the best for the French here. But yeah, did they accept Norman? Huh. Norman is one of the few ones where, oh, I guess they're an empire, so they accept it for free. Yeah, I'd actually argue if you're not a Norman empire, yeah, well, they've debbed it to 21 now, but at the start, it's, I think, just under like 100 dip to actually convert all of them culturally to Francian, and it's only 3 provinces. That particular French culture group is pretty pathetic. Like, Britain, I continue, like, there's enough debt there in Brittany to justify having that culture group there and accepting it, but compared to, say, Francian, the Norman culture group is really tiny. Or like Walloon or Occitan, so that one I can just say, yeah, convert it to Francian. If you have Francian accepted, convert it to English. If you have English accepted, it's cheaper and it gives you a cultural acceptance slot. But there we go. France also going defensive here. Interesting choice. I guess they do want to stack morale after all, which means I will very much gather religious next. And plutocratic coup because they got their burgers destroyed 100%. Yeah, not for the best idea, but plutocratic coup is not the end of the world, and it's not too hard to work around it either. Well, Malaya and Siam immediately... What? Is this... I'm assuming Siam's not going to fight this. Rip Mr. Orzik. But, I say that. They are paying for their troops, so... I wouldn't know, and they definitely have their borders garrisoned with somewhat questionable army composition. Well, they are in that weird position where having this much cavalry because of their cavalry modifiers and, ironically enough, reasonable carry combat ability is actually there to, if you outnumber the enemy, this cavalry will be really devastating to punish, and if you don't and you're careful to reinforce the infantry, which I in all fairness, credit where credit is due to Epsilon. He's a good player. He should be able to get away with. Cavalry is a great thing to punish with, but it's just easier to not bother with it, if I'm being honest. I find that micro-wise, I mean, cavalry is good to have to punish with, and I definitely would recommend it in single player, ironically enough, to have 4 to 8 cavalry odd in your troops, depending on tech, because what you're actually looking at with cavalry is this flanking range. So at tech 18, I think you want to go up to 6, then tech 23 you want to go up to 8, and so on. But there you go. Cavalry flanking is devastating, otherwise it's just a glorified infantryman. The issue is that well, it's still technically better. The meta is still infantry because it's a lot less to bother with, but if you really want to micro everything, and God 87, that's Leviathan 4087 dev capital, yeah, you can definitely get away with that. Interesting to see why they're not taking the last reform. Are they going to might be saving up for theocracy here. But there we go. Oh, apologies. But yeah. With Siam, a bit of a slow start, but they've got their line back here because Malay invaded them and they lost that first war, so they came back, got that second war, got Siam. Now in a reasonable position, have not the best economy in the world, but it kind of exists and it's definitely a secondary power, but a secondary power with a bit of bite to it for Siam, so no question about that. And we managed to skip the Russians, so let's finally take a look at that. They are being subbed, so don't shout at Taigeta if there's some awkward things going on. But economy, could really be better as Russia, to say the least, if I'm being honest. I'd expect in around 300, but let me guess. Religious? Yep, religious ideas, not trade. If that was trade, that would be around 300, no questions asked. Force submitters there, no issues with that at all. Trivial debt, but the debt is still there, so I'm assuming not spamming force submit camps. Yeah, not at all. This is Russia without a force submit camp. Kind of impressive, in fairness. Actually, taking down that corruption rather slowly. I mean, you just root it out and put yourself out of that misery. And yeah, Streltsy regiments. I'm assuming they have a decent chunk of them. I know that the original player was very keen to abuse Streltsy. Yeah, and I mean, why wouldn't you? 10% fire damage in infantry is definitely nice to have. But economy is present and the army is there, which is what that matters. Are they running the policies? A bit of them, but not all of them. Fair enough there. Are they finally decided to root out their corruption? No, they finally decided to pay for their army. Shows me they're probably going to go towards someone, and yeah, they do have Crimea, which they're integrated in Kiev as subjects. Interesting to see they have not enforced religion on Crimea. I'm assuming because, yeah, they're nicking trade power and everything out of them. Fair enough. Which they're not using. Like, this trade power has just been nicked back into pest, which in itself, let me guess, are the Ottomans nicking? No, not at all. It's going to Vienna, which is going to rather ironic, but the person making the money out of the Crimea trade node is Westphalia. Probably one of the last people you expect, but there you go. That's what the lack of merchants does for you as Russia. You do really need trade ideas or aggressive trade company here, which they haven't done. 1 points. But there we go. Yeah, no, definitely say go trade here with Russia. You really do need the money more than anything. But so far so good, not much on that complaint front. But there we go, that's the that walkthrough. I'm assuming that's Pope piecing out for humiliation and 1 points. Looks like it, yep. Once he takes that and then takes a take some of that stuff, he'll be good. Sorry for that, you. Well, right. How to be asking the real questions though. Oh, cheap pine. And that which I do want to see is, okay, Andalusia picking up the rest of this. I'm surprised the Congo have been allowed to live this long as an AI. I'm assuming they exist to colonize. Exploration, expansion, yeah, very much so. Do want to see what AI Texas will do. Hopefully not kill any of their colonial friends, but yeah, this is technically also still a player very much on the minor side, but being kept alive. Expansion, quality, quantity, econ, quality. Yep, fair enough here. So basically, instead of religious / Dragon expansion, which is fair use given that you probably do want to expand around here. Where are their colonists? Let me guess. Are they filling the holes? Okay, filling the holes. Now, to clarify, this is actually all fetishist to make it even worse, and culturally, it's even more of a mess. This is all actually an exodus of the Congo player. So that's, well. There's a political joke in here somewhere, but I'm not brave enough to make it. But yes, the primary culture in Texas is a bunch of people from the Congo. Beyond that, I mean, not the culture matters, but the religion could be better. At best, you have 2.5% to spin out of it, and nothing else going for you, which is a bit meh at best. The AI revokes privileges from the clergy, that would be awkward. But they might have. I've seen them do that before, but there we go. Right, one thing I do actually also want to check out is how is this war going? Well, looks like they reverted back to staring each other over the mountain fort. I'm hoping the Belushi people love this eternal occupation. Yep, can tell by that devastation. They've looted their way across 38% of the land, and have they learned their lesson? Do we have another back row? Well, not really, no, they don't. Okay. I guess they learned their lesson the hard way, because they didn't win that engagement, but they really took a lot more damage than they should have. But there we go. Right. Otherwise, 2 full front rows waiting for them to engage them in this mountain fort, so there's no way they're going to go for it, and this has been scorched. Probably to the detriment of the people living there, but despite being scorched, there's no devastation there, because of course, you know, they scorched the earth very delicately, not to hurt any local people, they just scorched it, you know, they just set the rows on a temporary fire, but there we go. Right. Otherwise, yeah. Persia also sending quite generously to remind us that's a lot of their subject, apart from this weird bit of England here, which isn't even a trade company, but I'm assuming there's not much for them to get out of the Gulf. I was still trade company, personally, but probably some kind of agreement to that. Yeah. Huh. And the Congolese colonizing the Cape for them. Cape in itself, yeah, sucking a decent chunk of money down. Surprised that... Oh god, this is the Pope. That is the last 2 people I expected to own the Canaries. I have a lot of questions, actually. They're owned by Pope, and Malaya. Well... Where is that the Portuguese capital, then? No, it's in the Cape. Fair dues. Yep. Not the fanciest capital by this point, but it is what it is, and yeah. The Cape itself. Owned by Malaya, probably a great colony for them. Right, let's, for the 50th time over, double check. Is the staring contest over the Belushi fort continuing? Looks like it is, and Persia and Delhi both sitting on low war exhaustion after sitting in the war for 9 years, but really not sure why they're doing this, but there we go. Yes, they both want to pay for their armies. Surprised they're not giving anything to the merchant guilds, even monarch points. Can't be surprised, but there we go. Unfortunately, also, this is old patch, so I don't have the great buildings map mode. This is patch 1.31.4. Oh, that's another thing I do want to check. Victory cards and score. So, score comparison. Who is winning? It's Delhi. Followed by GB. Both having their cards. GB actually getting more ticking per month, funnily enough. And followed by Japan, also in charge of their cards, and Andalusia. Russia in a close second, easily Russia as third position if they did get their card, but I don't think Imereti is going to be an easy one. I think the Ottomans are over there. Ottomans also, yeah, Syria and Bahrain very much inside the Mamluks, so very little chance for them to grab those. Being quite a bit behind the score, and same for Persia. That Ottoman alliance is jeopardising them in that regard. Otherwise, yeah, that concludes that list. It is what it is. Ticking wise, yeah, GB will overtake Delhi unless Delhi does something about it. GB definitely have a much better dip rating, admin rating, yeah. And let me guess, dip rating because of all their colonies. Such nations only 3.8, but oh, fleet. Yeah, fleet and ship quality really not helping you. There you go. No strong allies. Ironically enough, similar naval morale. But there we go, yeah. Did they keep their primary culture as Egyptian? They did. Okay. I think they switched back into that, but there we go. Do actually want to check back in with the British. Here then, what their force summit is, and probably on the highest, if not the highest in the world. Highest in the world, highest in... yeah. England, well, technically behind Delhi on score, and... well, they are comfortably sitting in first position. And they've dropped all their colonial ideas. Now picking up trade into offensive, that's going to be a lot more devastating with trade finished. The point that they're already making 435 ducats from trade. Rather impressive, but there we go. Surprised they don't want to nick this 3% from the French. But it is what it is. I think they value their French alliance more than they value that trade. And hey, they have that English channel pretty much on lockdown now. So, good for them on that. But, moving swiftly back into Delhi, is the stirring match continuing? Favourite stirring match. Very stirring, very match. That's the thing, if you go on this fort in the mountains, it's going to be a bit suicidal. I'm not sure they're not fighting over Khorasan, but... I guess there's some more mountain forts where that came from, yep. And the same can be said on the receiving end. Wow, that's... they took some very defensible land here. Hats off to them. Also, well, they took Lahore, yeah, fair enough. Be in a very good position to defend themselves, shall we say. It's the borders the Indians dream of, honestly. Just have the mountain forts yourself. Which means, yeah, this is basically going to be a glorified stalemate. Taking that -2 to the mountain would be rather suicidal and a bit of a throwaway of military score as well as manpower. Although they don't have manpower to throw away, but probably not the best idea. But yeah, anyway, to go back through, let's look at victory cards. Because actually in 24 years we're getting the next ones. Delhi getting a very easy victory card. The issue is I think the next one's going to be on here. And yeah, VJ getting a bit awkward with their victory card because they need to nick 3 provinces from Delhi, which I don't think Delhi's going to approve to give up a card on them. Beyond that, Siam got a card back on their own land, which they took. The next card will be a more direct invasion of Malaya. It's only possible, but probably not for their best idea. Malaya, on the other hand, have the same card here, ironically enough, and they want to nick back central Thailand, which is fair enough. Japan getting their cards on China, unacceptable there. And Russia getting their card on Estonia, fair enough. Imereti, however, is going to be an issue for them to grab. With the Ottomans very much holding on to that, and well, let me guess, mountain forts all around? Well, not quite mountain forts, but reasonable forts all around, and here's a mountain fort, here's your mountain fort, yeah. A bit abandoned here, but there we go. God, thank God this got nerfed from the 15% discipline it used to provide. Put the Prussia to shame. But it is still very, very reasonable to have an extra 5% discipline. If only Zoroastrian wasn't such a terrible religion. Although I think he got buffed recently. They want to look at having the whole Light the Fires project as Zoroastrian achievement, but there we go. Beyond that, Yeah, that's going to be rather awkward for them. On that topic as well, Ottomans are really getting their main ally being the Mamluks, ironically enough. They did fight a couple wars at the start, but it was rather stalematy. Both Mamluks, aka Persia, getting really awkward cards on the Ottomans, and the Ottomans getting really awkward cards back. Yeah, not the best situation all around, but could be worse, could be worse. Well, it can't be worse. I guess they really could break themselves up and start fighting, but given that Ottomans are not going against Persia when Persia is busy with Delhi, they probably wouldn't for the end of the campaign. So yeah, very unlucky on those spawns there. For the Pope, yeah, I mean these cards made sense when he controlled Italy, but that's not a thing anymore. Meanwhile, the French getting their hands on these cards sooner rather than later. Although Genoa is their subject, so they should probably seize that land to get themselves that card. Ottomans. I'm still looking at the Ottomans. I hate this bug where observer mode, yeah, this hasn't been fixed for decades to come. Yep, okay, a bit distorted, that's why they're not seizing land. Because, yeah, 110 Liberty Design. Per province, is this like, yeah, 20-ish dev. MP dev as well. Yeah, good land to have, but a card's a card is the issue. Well, that would be awkward, but there we go. Because I do think the French are actually in competition for score. Oh wow, I say that at 12, so maybe not. Oh yeah, other people definitely have cards on them. Yeah. Brittany, because England's going for score, yeah. That would do it. Unfortunately, if England gets a card on Normandy, that would probably mean the French will compromise giving them Normandy, but there we go. Right. Topic of those cards, what have the British got? Picardy and Brittany, yep, both takeable. And God, you could just look at Leviathan. What is this? What am I looking at? Why? God, Leviathan. It's not even hard to do. You just press the consolidate development button and boom, 215 dev in London. And the consolidate development button is such a no-brainer. Because why wouldn't you? Why would you not consolidate development? Like, if you do it before you're coring, you're saving yourself coring costs. So it's basically the effect of a bad horde. And if you do it post-coring, well, even then, you're trading probably wrong culture, wrong religion dev. For your capital dev, which 99% of the time is right religion, and 99% of the time is at least accepted culture. So why would you not take it? It's literally better dev all around. Like, sure, you lose a bit of efficiency, but you definitely get more out of it, and God, you end up with these mega capitals having, you know, 15 billion trade power, 200 trade power out of one province. Which, I mean, it's a bit overkill for the British anyway, but London itself is a 12th of this trade power. You can definitely get it more, but there you go. I mean, surprise Constantinople itself isn't really a city of the world's design nowadays. But yeah, there you go, Cairo at 89. Development map mode is scuffed in MP nowadays, even more than it used to be, because you can really see where everyone's capital is. Oh yeah, 86 dev Moscow. Oh yeah, I love 84 dev Berlin. Paris 70 dev, it's looking very grey. 60 dev, yeah, very, very orange. Then it's 60 dev. Even the Pope was 79 dev Palermo. Delhi being impressive as before 134 dev, but VJ, it's just, you can very easily see where everyone's capital is because everyone's being consolidated in development. Although I think the exception to that rule is ironically enough going to be the, well, yeah, Kyoto's was 78, although they did have the institutions here at 34, and Seoul for 35, so not much of a surprise there, but even, yeah, Beijing at 48. Leviathan, man, God, they should just, I don't want to say they should just get rid of consecrate development, but they really need to rework how it works. Instead of going to your capital, it should be spread out among your stated land. I think that would be so much better, and you won't end up with 1k dev mega cities, because otherwise it's just plain city skylines at that point. You need 1k hours in city skylines to sort out the traffic in your nice 215 dev London at this point. Also, it really trivializes the last H bonus for having a high capital, because even the Pope has 79 dev in their capital. Absolutely absurd. It's not really called a mega city. At that point, yeah, getting to 50 dev was expensive. You have your little mega city, but you know, it's the price you paid for an age objective. Now that age objective is kind of free, so I mean, yeah, the game's easier, but I guess in fairness, it does make the game easier, so I can't complain too much. You know, let the new players not have to suffer through what we suffered, but at the end of the day, I do get a little complaint about it. I do get the right to complain about it. Is that all of the victory cards? Not quite. What does the Prussia ones have? Oh, an awkward one on Westphalia, but they have the one on North Jutland they've took. Westphalia, meanwhile, yeah, Lorraine victory card and Brunswick, so that's a bit on the awkward side, but there they go. But that one we covered. Only Andalusia have to wait invades on high for that victory card, and the initial Morocco card on their now capital state, which they have to take over. Has Texas got themselves a card? They have both, actually. And both on British colonies, which is a bit awkward, but there they go. They're probably not playing for score at this point, playing for survival, but they are not here this session, and they're going to get a last second sub for them, unfortunately. But there we go. Right. Oh, for God's sake, who's messaging me? Hopefully it's not important. Sorry about that. Fabster the beach can envy him. That's a good point. Didn't Alma crash out? I had to continue, but he is back from what I've heard. See? Where is Alma Pride? Oh, and VJ, yeah. Okay. So yours back. That was a weird disconnect that you managed to rejoin without even me noticing. Oh god, that was a weird exchange, but there we go. Alright. Interesting borders they have with the Russians here. Interesting borders to say the least. But yeah, otherwise, Delhi, the annual Delhi Persian stereo match over that mountain continues. Well, looks to be the case. I'm surprised Persia's not deciding to take a push here. There is incentive for them to do it. And wow, they're keeping a weird hassle around. Not sure why, but it's up to them, I guess. Going for an early defensive. Yeah, and they're asking for humiliation. Probably going to be a fat no on that one, but Persia themselves, I think, can ask for humiliation. But there we go. Just need 60 war score from that, but of course 60 war score is easier said than done when you already have full ticking and it's only 21. They did take some awkward engagements in Kalat. They should have won that, but decided to retreat out of it. Probably for the best long term for conserving their strength, but yeah. They're just sitting here, both of them just sitting there taking attrition casualties. 1 million dead in this relatively small skirmish, and neither nations really noticing. Having a bit of a cheeky cheeky blockade here, but yeah, God, you can tell it's the galley meta. You can really tell it's the galley meta, can't you? Right in that free oarsman? Yes, they are. You want to keep an eye on the Pope. If he does, yeah, not even a running free oarsman. Surprised he's not doing that, fair saying that. Oh, it is $2 grand. Yeah, probably on the expensive side for that. But there we go. God, so much. The annoying thing is that if naval ideas were comparable to an actual military idea group, that would be quite strong. That. But there we go. Alright. I think naval ideas are more of a testament to how much military ideas actually got nerfed in this game, because if you go to some of the super early E4 patches, it's not uncommon to see quality ideas giving you 15% discipline And I didn't start there 15, as in that's a 1-5% discipline from just finishing quality ideas. I mean, I think they did rework dip prep, but I do remember Austria starting with 15 dip prep in their initial ideas, so you know. There they go in that regard. But yeah, ironically enough, the very idea system of just, you know, pick ideas, there's 8 idea slots, you pick them. I mean, policies got added, that's fair, but that has very much been around. And I do like how the Pope gets religious unity almost, like, which is kind of ironic given that he's meant to be a very Catholic person. But there we go. Beyond that, yeah, with naval, I mean, global naval engagement is amazing. 10% morale, 20% combat ability. Imagine that on a military idea group. But imagine 20% artillery or infantry or even cavalry combat ability in an idea group. That'd be insane. Sailor recovery speed, well, manpower recovery speed 25%. That's basically quantity in fairness. But even quantity with all those absurd broken things gives you less. A +1 army tradition, yeah, putting up 0.5 from quality, which is still good to shame. A leader pip and a massive morale hit when losing a ship reduction, which is kind of important. Another 25% combat ability and another leader pip. Like, imagine this but land based. And then ship durability and marines force them. God, if you just had naval ideas, and imagine naval ideas were instead just called land ideas, for example. What? Leader shock pip, 25% infantry combat ability, naval leader fire pip, minus 33% morale hit to your reserves, for example. Same thing as this, I think. No, same thing as this. Morale hit to actually compare reserves. Reduce that by another 33, for example, from the land ideas. And a leader pip, a +1 Yeti army tradition, 25% manpower recovery, 20% artillery combat ability, 10% morale, and 10% combat width. Can you imagine how broken that would be? Oh yeah, and 10% ship durability, that would be what? That would be basically 10% discipline. Well, more like 5% discipline finisher, because discipline also gives you offensive and defensive. Durability is mostly defensive, but there you go. 10% fight, and the finisher is 5% discipline, 10% force. So imagine that. As a land idea group, it'll put quantity to shame, it'll put all of the ideas to shame, but you know, it's naval ideas, so very rarely taken. I hope you enjoyed that random rant, but the 5 people who haven't, let's move on. Otherwise, yeah, that's the thing with GB as well, they kind of get away without having to use naval ideas, and yeah, going into offensive trade here. No question about it. I think they will go for economic hegemony sooner rather than later, although they can definitely go for all of them. There is the argument for military hegemon, in fairness. That I can imagine, but beyond that, yeah, not much. Oh, and well, they're murdering some natives, as you would as the English, in fairness. Oh, yeah, African natives. Consolidating this area, yeah. Probably want to connect with this stand up. And murder the Congolese. But there we go. Right. You can really see the straight line of the date thing, and yeah, it seems no one has went for New Zealand. New Zealand getting ignored off the GC map as well. Not a surprise, of course, but there we go. Are they still staring at each other? Honestly, I'm surprised they're not finishing this war. Poor little Sind is probably burned to the ground at this point. Oh yeah, if it's so bad they don't care much more. They're ironically up making money from just the base taxation existence and a tiny amount of trade income for Gujarat. Oh, but they've got espionage. It's AI, so obviously they've got espionage idea as well. Wouldn't you go espionage ideas as the AI? But there we go. I actually have Sind having a relatively reasonable idea set. Force limit, bit more manpower. And actually that's about it going for them in fairness, but Yeti corruption, I think people underestimate how good that actually can be, but there we go. Oh no, are they gonna force that to break? They waste 16 months, they probably will. No, they're not going to force that to break. They want that little teeny bit of war score they can smuggle out of it. And if that means they're going to occupy 5 dev, they're going to occupy 5 dev. And continue the stereo match. Well, hope everyone enjoys stereo matches, because that's the Delhi-Persia war right now. Beyond that, I think Prussia with that integration, how looking at governing cap, absolutely fine, ironically enough. Yeah, done everything. They go absolutist. What the hell? How do they have this much absolutism? Crown land, religious unity, legitimacy, great power, reform Prussian monarchy, reform political. Wow. Almost get away with it. Well, it's more discipline, I guess. Yeah, not sage didn't take royal decree here, fair enough, but 10% reduction efficiency is probably something they do need for that economy. And they are going offensive here, fair enough. Right. Well, that's fine in games. 35% dev cost is always worth it. Bit of a mess here, I'm assuming this is Russian subjects. Yeah, apart from Gazikimo, which exists with some of the few little untaken land. Forget the Middle East, this is the old Silk Road is a true abandoned land. Karadel looking absolutely massive and ironically enough completely untouched. Transoxiana also kind of going on a weird migration. Of course they want espionage ideas, why would they not get espionage ideas? Never fair to disappoint, never fair to disappoint. Yeah, well, at least Karadel went horde ideas at least, right? No quantity. Oh, they're not a horde anymore. Okay, well that would do it. That's the other thing as well, with the addition of the new horde, and I am yet to see the argument for a horde ideas, but divine ideas, they're not bad, and you do get some nice policies. Namely, I think divine and native unironically give you the best. Oh, and native ideas, of course, as well. Native give you the best policy combination ever, plus some tolerance to true faith and a missionary, which is rather good. But you have to be a native, so there's that coming up for them. But otherwise, Yeti Devotion is definitely quite nice. Fire damage received works for them. Leader cost goes a long way. 10% morale is nice. Culture conversion costs and cost enforced religion through war is nice. A bit more unrest and a bit tiny slice of my power, but like it's not bad. But you'd normally take this as a non-military idea group. But hey, it's another thing with culture conversion costs. So for the people going for their one cultures, that's another thing, nice thing for them to pick up. Although you probably would not go for a one culture as a theocracy because you need the force. The other thing, the absolutism. Now, interesting to see Britain having their army here. I'm assuming they're expecting a war with Westphalia or something sooner rather than later, or not, but we shall find out. Westphalia going defensive here instead of offensive. Bit of an interesting focus on morale, but they probably need it, especially against the French, because the French are going to be first to engage. That's going to be a lot of morale. They do have that 15% now, so if we check their total morale of armies, if it is here, yeah, 52%. It's rather impressive. Although not to be outdone, I don't think they're too far behind even without Elan. Yeah, actually, basically dead on. But that's what again religious does for you. There is another 15% to be wrangled out of religious, so there they go in that regard. I guess there is the argument that if you... There's no point waiting for religious in your 6 idea group. If your economy's fine, don't go trade, go religious, but I still prefer having the money. It does make it the death was somewhat less punishing to you. And having more money does allow you to find more barracks and more force limit camps, which is, well... where often the strength lies anyway. God, these Italian borders really do not leave things to the imagination, do they? Interesting the Pope that Mr. Ottomans is not taking this. Assuming it's not exactly hurting the Ottomans for this to exist. We do have Holy War and Prussia exists and Westphalia's. Oh, because they're in the Empire. Yeah, that would do it. kind of keeping the Tuscans alive here. Well, Pope in the Empire as well. Beautiful HRE Westphalia and Prussia as electors, even though Westphalia votes for themselves as anyone else. It doesn't matter because, yeah. Well, they kept this ironically enough, but that would still actually be kind of nice to have, a bit of unrest reduction. This would be completely pointless, but there we go. I am spectating, yes, most to enforce rules. Most looking around all the fun player wars, and by fun player wars I'm looking at this very beautiful Mexican standoff where people are looking at this Bellucci fort. And didn't occupy this. Interesting. Are they going to let the break? Oh, to fully break they're going to need to own a fort, which... Ironically enough, they could have let them walk around and take like the capital fort. That would have broke them a lot easier, but there they go. That is the only problem, they can spawn them and do have a recent uprising until 39 anyway, so there's not going to be exactly more of those rebels coming, but there we go. GB definitely getting a bit more of a runaway on this game. We'll say another thing is, yeah, still in Dutch revolt until the end of time. Ironically enough, they're in the Dutch revolt because the Dutch are definitely not very much revolting. They're just kind of sitting there. Surprised they haven't accepted the Dutch and the Flemish, because that would be quite nice for them if they do. They've been culture converting this. They've been culture converting this without accepting them. Weird choice. I guess they really have not accepted a lot of cultures. Did they accept... Oh, they're British culture, yeah, fair enough. No, okay, but they're sporting Orthodox... God knows why. I'm assuming this is because they revoked... Yeah, they revoked Crown Land without... Yeah, okay. So they're doing it on purpose. And rest in peace, Shoshone. You may be a great Civ in Civ 5, but you're not quite there. Very youthful yet, although honestly you're a native. I mean, Britain did murder a lot of them, but still they just kind of sit around here with things like 24 dev and actually catching up somewhat on Miltech, although really not. Very far behind on ideas. I am interested to see if/when they will integrate the Portuguese, which they are doing that right now by 36. That would be very much nicer for them map-wise. And definitely put them Great Power number 1, no questions asked. I do also want to see if they go for military or land hegemon. But there we go. They have got as well Irish ideas, you can tell it's a very proactive Britain. But there we go. Income ledger, sure. People could be doing better, but they're definitely doing well enough. Don't forget it's also 1630-ish, as I say that, as I'm looking for the income ledger. I'm going to start lagging behind for once. Income comparison total. Yeah, Britain leading quite far ahead, followed by Delhi Ottomans. Ottomans catching up now. They were all below 300, so it's nice to see. And the French Andalusians, because they're getting a lot more trade out of Seville from the weird colonial byproducts, shall we say. Then VJ, because Indian trade, and then the usual suspects, Japan, Malaya. Russia's quite low here. They really do need trade instead of religious, but given they have been losing wars, well... I still made the case they're better off going trade here, which they are starting to do, because that money, they need more than that morale in terms of winning the wars. But there we go. Right. Well, that's the thing. The score, it is decided on score, and so far Delhi's actually in the lead, but GB is getting the monthly advantage. Yeah, Delhi is in the lead on score, but GB is getting that monthly advantage. And GB is a good player, to say the least. Had a bit of a really awkward start, but they kind of have made a comeback, and I do have to commend the GB for being a very active GB. But if they get coalition by enough people, I mean, Westphalia in a 2v1, Westphalia France beats them. So they're not quite... They're definitely the strongest player, but they're not strong enough to the point where they can take a 2-1, I don't think. especially with, even if they do equal their troops, which they definitely can, what they won't be able to equal will be the micro that the British will be able to pull off. However, they have got the French as an ally, so that's probably a bit of a sign of relief for them in that regard. And at least, obviously, having allies that will fight for you means they don't have to bother. You know, they need more people to fight against them. And that domestic trade power is actually going to hurt for the French, because they needed a lot, but there we go. Delhi and Persia continue their Mexican standoff for the 50th decade. Oh, no, they're not. I take that back. They pushed them back here, probably... yeah, to unleash this so they don't break the rebels. Okay, fair enough. Surprised they didn't do that earlier if they could. But, oh, they're going to take that battle. Well, thank God. Took them long enough. This is going to be awkward, however, because they do have their reinforcement stacks nearby. That is a good Delhi general. 554. It's a Persian 4-3, and they... Delhi likes to overstack that, shall we say, but there we go. Interesting choice they didn't reinforce that, but it would have been rather awkward to reinforce, and Delhi definitely came down like the wolf in the fold here. This is more things against them, unfortunately, but there they go. Wait, what? Was it Russian and Ottomans in this? Oh yeah, Russian Ottomans were in this. It's probably where they pieced out for nothing, I think, but there we go. Oh yeah, I think it was Delhi and Russia out Persia Ottomans, and that's how they got the Ottomans out of it, but yeah, agreeing to get the Russians out of it. And they fall back to their fort here, fair enough, especially given this stack probably wants to recover a bit. So that's kind of understandable. Yeah, we'll take a look at the army ledger, sorry about that. As the potato PC, well, I've seen worse PCs. Do give it a shot, of course. If you do lag behind, then bad things happen, fair enough. I mean, I will have to speak for the best of the team, but yeah. Army ledger, I would say another thing in general is, yeah, Prussia obviously lead on this one, the usual thing, but if you want a proper army ledger, you're going to have to look at Skanderbeg, I'm afraid, which are also available on the Discord. You can pop those up at any point between the things, but yeah. I have to say that the way that the current game calculates, I guess it doesn't calculate army quality, it just tells you everything from professionalism to siegability to discipline and morale, but there we go. Right. Army losses is always a fun one, however. Ottomans and Persia sitting at 5 million in total. A lot of that was to themselves, in fairness. A good question to ask is who micros the worst, is to look at how much the only time you lose artillery is artillery goes into your front row. That's what you want to avoid, aka bad micros. So who lost the most artillery? And it's Persia, followed by Malaya. So good micros, well, I guess I have to sort by players. GB, basically excellent, top-notch micros. This is probably mostly down to attrition, but there we go. Well, 2v1's a lot harder for one reason only. You have to micro a lot of battles, so people can start. Let's say you have 2 back rows. Even if you have 4 back rows against 2 back rows each, it's very hard to properly reinforce 4 battles at the same time, even given speed 2. So, given reasonable players against you, you are going to struggle as much of a god as you are. And Argentine, having played against him as well pre my hosting days, I can confirm he's a good player. There's no question about it. So that will be good for him. And having played on a bad PC, yeah, settings all the way down. The only setting I've really kept on, and I can kind of see that as a legacy, is rivers. I see rivers as just knowing where the river crossings are as kind of an important thing. But other things like urban sprawl and those things, I mean, they look cool in the province, especially with Leviathan. We're like, oh, look at this pathetic Constantinople. Oh, look at this mega city of Palermo. They look cool, but they're mostly useless in fairness. That you can definitely turn away, and you won't jeopardize your MP experience. Fast Universalis also helps quite a bit with that. There's no denying it too. Although I do find it a bit ugly to look at. I am blessed with a pretty good computer, so I do not want to talk, but I have also played on a pretty bad laptop. So there we go. And Delhi retaking back their staring positions with Persia recovering. I do want to see if they take a battle here or not. Inherently, Delhi will be a back row down because 20 is only 2/3 of a back row, so that start of the battle will be rather awkward, but there we go. Complete 180. Oh, force limit wise, yeah. There you go. GB at 800. Followed by Delhi. Ottomans now getting through up there. Yep. And we're by no particular order of Russia. And the thing with Russia as well is they haven't actually spammed all their force limit camps because they haven't been doing great on the economy. So this should really be a lot higher. As soon as they get their force limit camps going anyway. Westphalia respectively as well. France, Prussia, and Persia basically sitting. Anything above 300 counters enough of a great power on your own, and then you have a very definitely influential enough secondary powers here between Vijay, Sam, and Malaya, and the Pope, who's gone naval ideas and vowed to be annoying to everyone else, which, fair enough. At least you can have some fun with it. But there's the force limits for you on the players. I think the next one after this, ignoring the Portuguese, Mexico, and the usual things, would be, well, we can check, that will be the Texans, who unfortunately are not being subbed today because they bailed on me last second. And fun fact, if you bail on me last second, I can't get a sub for you. Who are sitting at 154 force limits, so definitely fit in that category of secondary great power, but only just barely scraping it by. Yeah, that's the thing. People have been very reluctant, I've seen the HGC, to build more back rows. And, okay, well, 10k, wait, 10k artillery? Who the hell has 10k artillery? That's... Huh. I think he's treating his France lines very seriously, and I think what he's realised is that France has better quality to him, so he'd rather have the French artillery in the battle. I mean, why would you have your infantry so spread out amongst the French? I think what he's going to be playing off is definitely working off the French lines, and then... Yep, Texas is not part of GB. Although, soon it will be. Also, Texas is rather cursed. It was actually colonized by the Congo player who exodused out of Congo into Texas. So the effect of that, of course, is that it's fetishist. Which, I mean, funny meme, but fetishist isn't the best religion to say the least. And it's also West African Chokwe. So... yeah, as I've said before, there's a political joke I'm not brave enough to make about the whole deep American South being sub-Saharan African culture, but there we go. Yeah, no, what I'm assuming is that England has taken their France lines very seriously, given that they're trading military. Oops, that was the wrong button. To press, given that they're trading their victory cards across to Britain, I'm assuming France is basically playing for second place as GB's friend. And France having a higher level of military quality than the British, I'm assuming, are going to be supplying the artillery into every battle. If we go look through the French stacks, I'm going to assume, yeah, artillery. Still over 50-50s. Again, only I think 2 stacks there, so only 2 back rows, but there we go. And yeah, that is rather cursed in Texas. Apologies as well, there is a 10-second stream delay because it's GC, there's not too many people around, so it did get quite a bit of stream sniping in that regard. So 10-second delay is the bare minimum in terms of that regard, so I do see a message, but I respond to it 10 seconds later. Sorry about that. I will probably get rid of the stream delay because there's not much point keeping around in all fairness. Stream sniping is not as endemic as it used to be, and it does make talking to people in chat a bit harder, but it is what it is. Otherwise, I did miss from last session because I have been rather awkward. I've missed 2 sessions of GC now. I have missed 2 sessions of GC now with Westphalia taking, I think, taking their friend with. Oh, I think, did they have? Can't remember who else I think they may have brought in the Ottomans and stuff, and they just took Alsace, Lorraine. Alsace and Lorraine, but they had Alsace, so they took Lorraine as well out of the French, which is a bit awkward for the French, but there they go. Yeah. Took Alsace, Lorraine, and to rub it in also took a decent fort spot, and not sure why they took this, but I guess it's under their fort anyway. If we tag into them, they've definitely built up Alsace, Lorraine to have it as a defensive position, which is fair enough, but yeah, that's probably going to start another world war. Kind of fitting to have a world war with Alsace, Lorraine, but there we go. Yeah, well, that's the thing with Prussia, though, is that his economy is really going to struggle. It's the son of Prussia issues that you have an army, but it's hard to pay for it. So unless he has someone like the Ottomans willing to bankroll him, was discipline event, yeah. No question about it. He would definitely have a field day there, but he'll be struggle to keep a prolonged war. If we check army maintenance, yeah, keeping at it, he's only running 30 surplus. And, well, I mean, it will be for a full army here. I'm not sure how much artillery he has, though. Wow, it's almost all fully drilled. There's a back row artillery there. Does he only have one back row? I think that is the case. I think he only has one back row, which is very specialised. Again, I'm seeing him very reluctant on this GC to have back rows, but if it works, I guess. I'd really recommend having two, but that's just me. So yeah, no, I can see that. How is Milan's recovering? Because they were like 4 Abatex behind and very behind on ideas. Probably go naval here because they've realised that their only chance of holding the islands is, well, holding the islands. But yeah, quite behind on ideas to say the least, especially with just the colonists here. I think they, yeah, not taking ideas because they need to catch up on admin. Not focused anything, but that's probably because they also need mill ideas too. Well, not mill ideas, but mill points as well for deving. And manpower has seen better days, so that's understandable. Economy, 10 loans is not anything major at this point, but yeah. How are their buildings going? Mostly good. Yep, mostly good. Force them at camps. Yeah, no, it could be better, and that's an understatement. Did they pick up Cebu here as a subject? They did. Fair enough, getting all of their subjects back from Malaya. Huh. Patriotic Empire, you'd love to see it. Yeah, fair enough. Do come back. There's quite a few players from varying skill levels, to say the least, but there's also enough good players to keep you entertained if you know what you're doing. But hey, it is a good place to learn, and after all, the GC is a good springboard for going to other more competitive servers, and that's what you want. GB, the thing with GB is you kind of have a bit of a permanent awkward thing stuck with you. That is the English monarchy. And the trick to get rid of it, well, not too hard, you have to go into English Civil War, it's still rather awkward. Surprised all of the following hasn't happened yet. I mean, it's going to happen until the end of time, isn't it? All of the following, the culture is not... Oh, their primary culture is not Dutch, Flemish, or Frisian. Yep, that's fair. Is this just not going to go away? They're going to be in constant Dutch revolt, because that's really horrible. Especially because they can't get English Civil War. Because remember, is England getting Dutch revolt? Because you always seem to expand the... yeah, Dutch revolt is a rather awkward disaster, but there we go. It's just annoying to get rid of it. And God rip that random Chinese person with a mandate. It's not even this one. Yeah, it's the 3-province minor empire. Well, that's rather cursed, but yeah, leaves them completely dead. Completely dead, but oh well. Yeah, well, it depends on single player multiplayer. If Castile decides to really go colonial and get on Caribbean, it's going to be awkward. Depends how much Portugal wants it as well, but England definitely has the upper hand in that kind of engagement. With England also, you have to kind of pick what England do you want to be. Do you want to go standard GB ideas, colonial England, sit on your island and just be annoying and blockade everyone during every war? Or do you want to be a proactive, more fun England where you then pick up Irish ideas for more military buffs and start, you know, having a physical foothold presence on the continent, much like this GB? I think the physical presence Irish ideas GB is a lot stronger and more fun, but if you are on the newer side, I definitely recommend the island one because it's very easy to mess up the GB with, you know, it's quite easy to get kicked out of the continent, to say the least, and once you do, it's very hard to come back. Because naval landings, well, unless you're your enemies not paying complete attention, you can't exactly get away with them all the time. But there we go. Wow, that's without the offensive ideas. Yeah, that's rather impressive. Interesting to see they're not running. I guess they need the missionary strength. I've always loved how you can have a person of the completely wrong religion still giving you missionary strength. So you have a fetishist inquisitor, who's such a good inquisitor, is still getting, yeah. No, mana doesn't get destroyed, so a person will always have the mandate, even if it is a 3-province random Chinese person, which I find quite really. But it is what it is. Another thing I would say, yeah, kicking Spain and Portugal, is that England, like, you're good to have a colonial game, but let's be real here, trade companies are incredibly powerful, so the real money to be made is in Africa. Once you get your trade companies and stuck in trade out of the Ivory Coast, out of the Congo, out of Cape of Good Hope, and all of that trade company, that is really, really good money. And so a lot better than what you get out of, like, you get Force Summit, true, out of Sargis, but look, you have basically Chesapeake back on lockdown, you have the 30 colonies in control of it, and you have that, and 46 ducats isn't trivial, don't get me wrong, but it can definitely be a lot better. Let's look at Ivory Coast. That's 81, you know. Before you say, oh, a lot of that's coming out of, you know, India, it's really not. Not a lot of traders leaving India, like 15 ducats, 30 totals, 30 tops. A lot of it's just coming from Zimbabwe and Coast. Yeah, this is the 6 ducats from Zanzibar and 30 from India. Like 40 ducats tops. Like, if this was single player, you could easily squeeze 200, 300, 400 ducats worth of trade value out of India. And if you're properly squeezing the AK taking the whole of it, you can definitely get more. But yeah. Yeah, money does get eaten. That's why it's kind of did get eaten to an AI 3-province minor. But yeah. Mali, however, is in no position to enforce their position here. I think Japan probably wants to invade them, but the issue is Japan invading this, as I think they've actually allied Mali. They have, because they're better off having a Mali as an ally than as an enemy, because they want to have at least some kind of friends against Delhi. So the only thing that's keeping Malaya kind of alive in their holdings in China is that people prefer a functioning Malaya with... They prefer a Malaya friend than a Malaya enemy in that regard. Plus the Malayan land. There's very little stopping Japan just invading the rest of this Chinese area here. And the only thing that's stopping Delhi invading the rest of this Chinese area is, well, the Japanese. That's probably why Malaya is holding on to it, even though it is kind of, yeah. Mali is definitely getting the good end of the long end of the stick on that one. But yeah, at the same time they did get kicked out of Australia, they get kicked out of Siam, so they're not exactly having the best game. Asia would actually recommend playing in Asia. I mean, you do... For people that say, why even play in Asia, I tend to get the initiative that you've played in Europe and you've only played in Europe, and that's mostly fine. There's easily 10,000 hours of EU4 content in Europe alone. I mean, I can argue they can squeeze 10,000 hours out of EU4 content just playing HRE people off the Emperor update, because so many people have unique mission trees and so on and so on and so on. Like, there's at least a couple Bavaria campaigns. A Bavaria Classic campaign, a Bavaria where you move your capital to the Dutchlands and make your capital there to spawn another trade node from the Bavarian missions, and there's another Bavarian node where you move your capital to Tyrol and so you just abuse that gold mine to the point of absurdity, and so on and so on and so on. So there's a lot of content in Europe, but there's also so much going for Asia. And the main thing that's going for Asia that I would like to argue is that you can be Delhi, and you can eat 5 billion land, you know, 5 billion AE worth of land, and easy 2k dev, and no one really cares. No one cares. Like, okay, a couple people, 2 or 3 people care that are left, but compared to that, like, oh, I'm Prussia, and I'm gonna eat half of Germany, and yeah, bad example in this regard. They've mostly stopped carrying out, but AE is so much worse in Europe in general than it is in Asia. Asia AE can really work around in multiplayer because you have to eat so much faster in multiplayer than in single player, really. So that's a lot nicer to work around. And because you can get that eating earlier, you tend to have stronger tags. And that's why Asian countries in general, ironically enough, by the end game, because they don't start with the inherent disadvantages like African or Native American tags do, Asian tags, even though they don't get institutions, it's not too bad to dev them. You have to be good to dev them. They still can kind of get away with it, and because eating's so much easier for them, Asian tags in general tend to dominate European tags by the 1800s. Kind of ironic, but that's the situation. So do try an Asia campaign. You'll be pleasantly surprised with how much use there is to be doing. And I do agree there's a bit of a high skill ceiling in terms of you have to dev institutions a bit more, you have to be proactive, you have to abuse all your Asian modifiers in terms of eating aggressively. But, you know, there's enough going there. But yeah, China definitely on the corner. And also we have banned Ming, because controlling your mandate as Ming is rather easy, and you do start with an easy 1k dev, making you know, start the game in the position that most people are aiming towards, which is rather powerful, to say the least. Also, while I was talking, the Persia continued that battle, but I think they just started World War II over there. Yeah, I think they have. Let me double check before I check that World War II. Are we still getting our Mexican standoff? Of course there are. Still looking at beautiful Bellucci Fort. But I think with that, yeah, England pay for their troops. And there's the French declaring war on... with Russia alliance they didn't call in. Yeah, World War I be able to take Germany / Austria, aka Westphalia, that took southern Germany, fighting France and Britain here. The war has, I believe, just started, but there we go. But yeah, there we go. There's the pushes on that. France taking the initiative there with that fullback row. Yeah, okay, France is engaging the infantry, and I think, did Britain build their own fullback row stack? I think they have. Yes, they have, okay. Also going to take the initiative now as well with that. So yeah, they just built themselves an infantry stack, that's fair. They have a couple awkward subjects to work through in their colonies, which will be distracting more than anything, but not too bad. And not the end of the world, yeah. Oh hey, Matapa's still alive, love to see that. I do like Matapa, one of my more interesting tanks that I enjoy, especially given their idea group, their ideas. But getting back to that, where and how are the Westphalian troops doing? Well, sitting behind the Prussians, who are only just starting to recover their morale. Westphalia fielding their 400k and enough manpower to form an army, and working through and trying to finish defensive ideas. Interesting choice. But I guess they did go for that morale, which they're probably going to need now. I still argue for offensive ideas for their forcemen and discipline, but I've seen interesting choices all day for the GC. They definitely have the discipline for days though now. Wow. Pretty well, actually. Yeah, advisor, weapon quality, full quality, their ideas. And actually have a reasonable chunk of absolutism with their religion giving them 5%. Fair enough. But there's the Prussians with a 6 fire generals, so I do want to see where they're going to take a fight. Unfortunately, they've kind of blitzed their initial defensive positions. So I think the next best place to take fights will be Alsace here, and more than anything, they're probably going to fight on this farmlands fort, which isn't for the best. Herzogenburg did not stand a long time, unfortunately, but okay, they are going to put a stack on Sundergau. Westphalia looking at it pretty though, don't... I guess Breslau is there, so it's not too bad if this fort falls, but this is going to be an awkward place for them to fight. Prussia is also here, and another thing with Prussia to check. Okay, yeah, only making 13 ducats with 4 economy. It's understandable, and yeah. Could need financial help. Ottomans also... Ottomans taking that opportunity to go eat up Emilia Romagna, and yeah, that piece of land, that's absolutely fair. Hoping the Ottomans don't get actually involved, but there we go. Trade wars, Sibiu and Baguette. Yeah, I think you probably don't want to do that, but I don't think you're going to win the blockade ports. Yeah, then yeah, come to terror to everyone. But there we go. Right. Prussia is, however, going in, and that's going to be rather devastating. France, however, and England most certainly as well, also in good positions to supply. It is a -1. And there's the start of the battle. Taking it from the Prussian perspective. Okay, both people a bit late on reinforcements, to say the least. But yep, France maintaining the fullback row, and now fullback row also being reinforced for the Prussians. And yep, battle have to be fed in nice and pretty. Berg will come and reinforce their 5k because they will do. But so far, so good on reinforcements. Initially, I think they under-reinforced that, but there we go. That's the main battle. France is taking the -1, which is not the end of the world, but still not the best. Good roll for the Prussians there, and also Very, very much lead on the general side here, without a question. +3 on the fire phase is huge, especially since they're constant -1. So they're getting +4 and +3 to their rolls every time. Which means, yeah, France here very much being forced to overstack to maintain the morale difference. Very excellent reinforcements by the Prussians there as well, definitely not overstacking. But yeah, I wouldn't say it's against the world, otherwise Russia will be in it as well. But yeah, situation for... Yeah, that's... If I was doing thumbnails, that would be it, but there we go. Going back to this battle. Ah, let me click. Ouch. There we go. Extra reinforcements of both of them, not overstacking each, keeping a full back row. Bregness getting a cheeky little cannon in there, which... Oh, it's probably because... Oh, they need to get their cannons in there. They need to get their cannons in there. Their cannons are not in the back row. Compared to the French who are maintaining a full back row. Yeah, they need to get their cannons in there. They need those cannons in there. Well, don't know why I'm saying that, but, you know. Not that they can hear me. Hopefully they can't hear me. That'll be stream sniping, but there we go. Oh, Andalusia's going to help fight this. Well, that's going to change that quite a bit, actually. Andalusia does have a reasonable chunk of men. But there we go. But fortunately, it does seem that they're going to run out of men here for that battle. Although the British are a bit low on that as well. Although, yeah, it's at least another 100k-ish yet. They have really overstacked this. More, and the casualty rates really punish on the French. But then again, both sides have enough manpower to work through that. But that's what that better general does for you. Oh dear, they're not gonna... Yeah, that 0 hurt them, but there's the French 0, and that's gonna be not nice to them as well. But yet again, beautiful reinforcement feeding on the Prussian side. A bit overstacked on the French, but I guess they can afford it. Britain feeding another stack in here. And there we go. Are the Ottomans actually planning to fight this is the better question. Seems the answers are resounding no. But let's get back to that battle. Because they're keeping most of their troops behind. Worst comes to worst, you can get another 5k men by selling out. It looks at the 5k on average men dying per turn. But yeah, are they out of troops here? I think they might be. They're down to their last 200k in that front line, and well, it's only 100 days of fighting. Well, 100 days of fighting worth of troops, and they are running out of that troops. I think the Prussians are going to have that first one here, although they themselves are out. And they are, Britain is taking the opportunity to get that fort as well. Yeah, I think Britain's going to... Oh wow, they are scraping those barrels to get that in there. Britain's going to also have to pull this in, but they have another 80k coming, and that's the Prussian difference for you. A weird coalition of random AI's cannons, still better than nothing in the back row, and they might have to abandon this if they want to win a battle. And could they really not find a better general in that entire stack? Yes, they couldn't. Yes, they couldn't. That general really did wonders for them there. I think that's going to be it. And there they go. 1.1 million versus 800k in that battle. Rather impressive, and casualty-wise, yeah, this is 300k attrition. 300k versus 500k casualties in battle, so very good casualties in that regard. And Britain's forced to abandon the siege, unfortunate for them. Prussia, once they recover, can get a bit of a counter-push here going if they wish. Hey, Teutonic Order as well. They probably do want to get themselves more artillery though. If that battle showed them anything, they should not be relying on Bregnez and Teutonic Order artillery in that back row. Better than nothing, obviously, and it's good to have, but you want your discipline working for you here. Now, is Prussia going to take the 5% discipline advisor? They have, and they can pop the event here. And if they do pop the event here, that's going to be rather devastating, because 144% discipline, well, that's... it's not something nice to want to see. But okay, Hamburg will go for the counter siege here, while the French are a bit disorganized. It'd be rather ironic if they get away with it. Westphalia also going for a cheeky siege. And there's the auto save. But before we look at that, are they continuing the stirring? Yep, they are. And hey, Baluchistan popped out. Oh, they kept that one going for decades, but there we go. Rest in peace, Baluchistan. And yes, I would definitely recommend having 2 counter-stacks. Oh, okay, is Britain going to reinforce that? No, that was just subjects fighting subjects. That is the other thing, of course, Britain, when it comes to subjects, oh boy. Granted, most of them are kind of sitting there looking pretty, but still. Yeah, most of them are just going to sit there looking pretty, unfortunately for them. And the loser, however, not sure what they've been promised, but they have kind of committed to this. They didn't bring these 2 stacks there, which would have been quite... I think they need to bring those 2 stacks up there. Otherwise, so far, so very fine. Oh, finished offensive as well, so that's quite nice of them, especially if they do decide to get the advisor. But they're running manpower right now, which is fair. Not sure why they're wasting admin, but it is what it is. Okay. Is Britain going to relieve that? I'm assuming they will, right? Yeah, they're going to go relieve that. But Westphalia is going to get this back, I'm assuming. Huh, no, they're going to fight that. Interesting choice. I'm not sure why you would fight that. That's a really awkward thing to fight, especially since I saw your subjects in the front row. Yeah, I would not be fighting that. I would instead be probably assaulting here, in fairness. Because you would, at the cost of a lot of men, probably get that siege. But there they go, the French stacking more attrition into a province. I do want to see the month tick on the attrition counter there. Because there is a bit of a generous amount of French overstacking going on. But wow, there's a lot of manpower. Did they slacken? I think they did generously. And they did get 200k slacken, so they can burn that rather generously. And okay, Westphalia decided to leave that siege. Interesting choice. I guess they are going to take that defensive. What is the war goal? Metz. Okay. That's relatively easy to hold. I'm surprised there's not a fort there. I would definitely fort Metz myself. Definitely better than this grassland one. Forest is a forest after all. But there we go. Player colonies, no, in this MP player colonies are not allowed. They're really abusable, in my opinion. And also, player colonies kind of means to play as a subject. And we don't want people to play as a subject. 2 reasons. A, the person who's going to play a subject will be rather bored. B, March bonuses are quite powerful. 20% morale and 5% discipline goes a long way. And again, having a player colony is really strong for both the colonizer and the person playing the colony. A bit too strong. Not that, in fairness, I would recommend colonizing anyway. It's still, the standard quantity econ strats are quite good, but yeah. In all honesty, I inherited the rule of no player colonies from the last MP hosts, and, you know, change is always hard to do. I mean, I guess I can change in fairness, but, you know. There's no reason to anyway, and it's not like people want to sign up for colonies. I guess, in all fairness, this MP being quite new friendly, a lot of people like to hugbox from day one. And the issue with hugboxing from day one is that, well, not very fun if you don't come into the GC with 5 friends who play EU4. So, yeah, that is rather awkward. And yeah, not sure you tried Britain there. You might get yourself wiped there, actually. Jesus. And they get wiped, but ouch. And hey, their colonies are here. The issue with their colonies being here, ironically enough, is of course they're just going to be slaughtered. Like, wow, they're going to be slaughtered. That's going to be a wipe, no question about it. Yeah. What a surprise, they called that wipe. But there you go. Yeah, that's just going to be war score feeding. Right. But there we go. But yeah, no player subjects. And I guess the main reason is, again, people like to hugbox, and we want to discourage people coming into the GC with 5 friends they made earlier, because it's rather unfair if you don't have 50 friends to play EU4 to come, you know, be day 1 team friends with you. So allowing player colonial subjects really encourages that, because it's very easy to say the best player out of all of them plays Britain and gets 10 colonial subjects and feeds all their players on them. So yeah, I can see the arguments for allowing player colonial subjects, especially in MP groups where there's like 100 people begging to play. Because then there's obviously more people you can field on the map. But I'd rather have less people, even for stability reasons, in the MP than have, you know, awkward colonies all over the shop. It does mean near the end of the MPs, or not only near the end of 1600s, you sometimes have to turn people down that, sorry, there just isn't a tank for you to play, because we're out of countries that are viable. It's awkward, but sign up earlier next time. But there we go. In general, if you're trying to say, okay, I can be there for every week on a Sunday, and you're not willing to wait 4 or 5 weeks for the start of a new MP, you're probably not going to be there every week for the next 5 weeks either. So, yeah. Well, it is what it is. Right. But that's all fun and games. Yeah, no, the issue is they have very reasonable defensive terrain, just sit on Mets. I'm surprised they're not gonna... Because I would probably get rid of this... Star Market Town. Probably wouldn't get rid of that trade depot. Probably dev this to 30 and get a fort on here. But they're gonna go for the battle. What is the war goal? And it's gonna be Westphalia taking the initial brunt of that. Hopefully they don't get any of their cannons into the front row. And France actually has a cheeky little cavalry in there. But yeah, well reinforced and immediately with a good general. Prussia getting a 1 advantage in the shock and 2 in the fire, so good general, and also the -1 for the French. Here, interesting to see how that one will go. Better question yet is, where is Al-Andalus? They're ready to reinforce, okay, and Prussia will also start a second battle, probably to abuse their better generals, although that's not going too well for them. Especially given how immediately overstacked that battle became by the French. Hey, overstacking is part of the fun. God, how much... Are they good on cannons there? I was about to say. It's weird seeing cannon fire that early on, but there we go. Okay, so they will now, between the two of them, have to reinforce 2 battles. Yeah, which is fine, but yeah, still manageable to say the least, but definitely between 2 players. Right. Well, this is going to be a bit of a slugfest as the reinforcements come piling in. Any movements here? Nope. Just the beautiful staring contest, my favourite. And I do love how sometimes fog of war means that, yes, I can see the whole of India apart from this one province. Any reason why our explorers have never heard of Makkor Sahal before? Butchered that name, apologies, but yeah. No, just don't like exploring that province. But there we go, right. I mean, ironically I would argue that they probably shouldn't have taken that second battle, the Prussians, but it is keeping a lot of the French troops occupied. Granted, a substantial loss to them. Unfortunately not getting casualties sticking up. Again, definitely the casualties, Westphalia leading, but in this battle, are the generals actually in the advantage of Prussian? No, they also have river crossing and terrain. That's awkward. That is really awkward to get that river crossing penalty there. There we go, the casualties. Yeah, Prussia getting the short end of the stick on that one. Which is actually going to be awkward because once that battle's over, that's going to free up 300k to reinforce the bottom one. So they're going to be pushed back here, I'm assuming. Yeah, most probably. If Westphalia can keep holding this... And yeah, battle ratios, casualty ratios, yeah, it's not Prussia in that front line, it's just Westphalia. So 10% discipline is not there to be punishing. Not there to be punishing. Yeah, I think that's going to be French pushing their land back, and that means that's probably going to be Alsace-Lorraine going back to the French. Rest in peace, German dreams. But it is what it is. Right. Beyond that, Andalusia still contributing, keeping 2 stacks back, but yeah, definitely being in the front lines here, and yep. Definitely fighting, so respect there, and that will be the war goal for them as well. With the war goal going, that's going to be an instant 10 war score too. And yep, French reconquest. This thing went for Metz, not for something easy to hold like Troy's, but it is what it is at this point. It is what it is. God, I hate the summers. They get so hot still. My room is getting rather absurd, but it is what it is. Need to get myself a fan. How are the Delhi? Still staring at the fort in Persia? Still staring at the fort in Persia. Love them staring at the fort in Persia. Otherwise, yep. Now pushing through. And is that an assault? I think that's an assault, which they failed. Oh dear, that's kind of bad. But I think they're going to get away with it because there's no position to punish the stack. You have to feed more infantry on there just to not be immediately punished. But there we go. Yeah, assaulting can be rather undesirable, especially on a level 6 fort. Yeah. Well, they're not going to get punished for it this time, I don't think. But the English do cover for the assault here. Won't have the morale, but they're probably going to kill the defenders more than anything. If they get them below 2k, at least they get something out of it. But they're not. Ouch. Yeah. Really asking to be punished here, because this is just going to be cannons. And those cannons, 71k of them, will melt horribly, because they will be in the front row as well as the back row. France and GB's a hug box. I won't call it, it's just 2 of them. It's just the 2 of them, that's not really a hug box, that's just an alliance. Ironically enough, it seems ahistorical because they're historic rivals, but Britain and France make an excellent alliance. They cover each other's weaknesses pretty well. In the same way that arguably Prussia and Westphalia would historically be fighting each other, but they cover each other's weaknesses pretty well. Okay, they managed to get a front row infantry there, but it's a battle they do take over the forest, and it's probably a good battle for them to take. Casualties are looking rather awkward, and yep, there goes the back row. They need to get another back row of cannons there for the Westphalians to be doing that much damage, but the British are really overstacking, which, yeah, it is what it is. Oh, Hamburg's coming in, don't worry, and 1.8k Berg people. Oh, I love to see little subjects going, yay, we're helping. But there we go. Right, they really need more cannons in there, in all fairness. Because, yeah, Fulda feeding the cannon front is... Are they on the awkward side? Also random Hamburg cavalry at the front lines, but it is what it is. Yeah, no. Hug box rules, by the way, are dip relation slots. So if you can't go with dip relation slots, which means having dip relation slots actually kind of matters for like French ideas. Not they should ever go diplomatic and MP, but you know, a dip relation slot isn't something inherently useless, like it is for most MPs. We experimented with a lot of anti-hug boxing rules, given that this MP is particularly notorious for having a lot of hug boxes, and like, you know, old MPs who'd have Westphalia allied with France, Britain, Prussia, Ottomans and Russia, and then wondering why the game is over by 1700s because they've killed everyone not in their hug box. But there we go, and yep, Ottomans taking the rest of Venice. But I think that's them having full control of it now once they integrate the Venetians. But there we go. I think inherently though, despite the Prussian quality, Britain will overwhelm the superior numbers. And it just goes to show that, yeah, the Prussian Space Marines are good, but have an amazing economy goes a lot further. But given how well Prussia's holding their line so far, it's kind of impressive, and does mean that, yeah, I do have to agree, Andalusia does have to be here. So the people claiming that Britain's going to run away with the game, they need to 3v2 with Britain on their side to be winning, and only just. They didn't lose the first battle. I say only just, of course, they're casually keeping, you know, they overstacked the first battle and are casually keeping another, like, what, almost 200k back in here in reserves, but yeah. Must be very devastating just seeing how much there is in reserves here. Yeah, Westphalia taking huge casualties here. 4k a tick is devastating. But hey, they turned it around. I think they will pretty well for the British then. France maintaining the full back row here, and Westphalia now on that back. Okay, they do have full back rows for both of them now, so far so good. Wouldn't the idea want the Prussian cavalry, Prussian cannons back row? But yeah, if there's any a good time to pop the 10% discipline event, now would be it. I'm not sure they popped it already is the issue. Is Westphalia running that discipline? Yeah, they can also pop it if they haven't popped it already. But there we go. But yeah, Britain is going to have to overstack here, as they always do. And very, very clean and good reinforcements by the Prussians, no question about it. Another 0 for the British, rather awkward, but they can't punish it too much. And yeah, Britain getting their 8 now, so pretty good. Remember, rolls will always be average, don't blame the dice rolls. In a proper battle which lasts a couple years, literally, the dice roll will average out to be fine. And should not have much of an impact. Wow, they are really going to have to scrape the barrel here for the British. Like, that's about it. And Westphalia keep another almost 100k back there in reserves. And ouch! Time to take a retreat as well. Another day, another win. Remarkable how much they're just hanging on to life there. Yes, sorry, the Diplot stores, if you have a choice, you can either have no player allies and go over dip relation slots, so if you want to play the Mamluks and have 20 subjects and kill the Ottomans that way, you can. But as soon as you get a single player ally, you have to go below dip relation slots. Here's the rule in MP. So, yeah. Yeah, they're running down the French here. Might get away with it, ironically enough. No, they do not get away with that. 20,000 more dead. And they catch them here. Are they going to go for the assault? No, they will not. But I think they catch them here anyway. That's awkward. That's awkward. Especially given that, yeah, the French army is shattered, so... That's going to hurt. Are they going to not get away in time? They are going to get away in time. If that if that Bregner stack ironically got in there, it could have been a wipe because you need to 2-1. They almost did. But there we go. Wiping 40k would have been rather substantial. Still doing fine on manpower. How are the Prussians doing economy-wise? Absolutely fine, actually. Still, but yeah. The French, on the other hand, making bank. Eu4 Senate and 400k manpower down the toilet, but who cares? There's a lot more where that came from. And as for the British, if they're not a million manpower, yeah, basically are. They can easily put 2 million to the death and not even flinch here. They basically have 1.5 million and no issues about it at all. Ironically enough, the same can be said for Westphalia and Prussia. I do like the endgame wars, but I have to admit they do get a bit of a slog. I do like how I'm microing them and getting the proper battles in and everything. But again, I like EU4, so what's the surprise there? Right, moving on. They managed to kill Baluchistan. Well, that's one way of doing it. Humiliation of that continues. Got another 22 years of humiliation war. That's probably humiliating the person who declared it at this point. But yeah, they're going to take back Metz. I would personally go for it, and honestly I would go for getting a fort there. But there we go. That would be just me. No, I'm not playing. Yep, they are going to go back to siege it back and control Metz as... Oh, they have a fort. Yeah, okay, they're getting control back of it. Probably going to sit on that now. War exhaustion is starting to tick up because they do have this as full course. They do, yeah. So it's going to hurt a bit, even though it's unaccepted cultures. But yeah, the Delhi Persia war has been going on for 22 years now. Which is rather impressive. Income check, sure. Let me do quickly double check here to see there's no cheeky battles while I check that, but... Income comparison, Britain... Yeah, I think they're finished trade offensive. Almost there ready to claim hegemony, so... And then France being in a close second, really putting the economic strain on the Germans here. No question about it. Also, again, apologies, 10 second stream delay, so... It is what it is. Andalusia also in a close second. Yeah, even Andalusia here, Westphalia and Prussia being quite far behind. They really would need subsidies from someone like the Ottomans, who probably isn't that interested in helping them in fairness, but yeah. Oh look, they are actually going for something. Not really. But there we go. Right. Well, brave little Bregnes is going to feed the French more war score by going for the fort here. But the same can be said for British Columbia, so, you know, that'll be kind of equal. Another little cheeky 3k British stack going for it, but hey, they're going to be intercepted by yeah, just a morale difference, and you can be outnumbered 2-1 in this very close mock battle, but even then, just having that huge morale difference. And wow, they actually have negative discipline. That's impressive. That's impressive, Berg. That's impressive. Yeah, both of these little stacks getting wiped. So not mattering much. Rest in peace, Berg. Where are you retreating to? You poor little thing, but there we go. No, Prussia's income was around 200. That's the thing, they didn't go trade, they went religious to double down on their everything, so yeah. Interesting if they're going for a cheeky Miltech 20 snipe, which could be possible, but otherwise I would definitely say take the discipline and offensive ideas here. Surprised to again, see if they do take the offensive ideas, that would be 179.5% discipline. And then that would be almost, well, that would be almost 150% discipline, which is absolutely absurd. If they do get them discipline event, which, yeah. Oh, ridiculous. Japan killing AI, yep. Japan invading the Chinese, name a better, more iconic video. While the war's taking a bit of a break while people's morale and armies recover, I do want to check in also quite quickly with how the Pope is doing in his naval projects. Well, working through them, that's a given. His boat size is, yeah, galleys until the end of time, 180 of them, so yeah, he's going to be nice and safe on these islands. But this is, well, Gebra won't be, but Tunisia itself and Tripoli definitely be a concern. And wow, they've devved this land well. Which I guess they kind of have to. Malayan privateering trade fleet. Love that cheeky privateer trade fleet. Ironically enough, if they get privateer in the English Channel, it's going to make them bank. So 350 ducats. I'm assuming, yeah, Britain has finished offensive econ are running the policies. Have not finished offensive, but they are in the... And they finally finished Dutch Civil War, so they're finally getting that English Civil War. And once they do, they can finally get rid of English monarchy because they can get a republic and get the republic government and tank Republican tradition. So there we go. Right. English Civil War really isn't that bad, even if you are in a player war to deal with. Just send in a stack back, which they can definitely afford to even build over force. They have 1 million force on it now, so they can go for that military hegemon if they really desire it. But there we go. Happened to the Pope, the French happened to the Pope, and the Ottomans happened to the Pope. And their only ally, the Germans, was not enough to keep the Pope alive, so it's kind of been resigned to the islands here, so it kind of lives here. With quality econ maritime naval quantity. Ironically enough, a very heavy navy focus. Not that the Pope has many naval ideas, I think literally none at all in his main idea group, but yeah. Yeah, no, that's... Hey, at least he can build a Roman navy. But, yeah. Vatican Library, he did get the good things from that at least, so... And that would be nice on 1 points, but there we go. But, yeah. Wow, that's actually pretty strong stuff they get. That's pretty strong stuff they get. But there we go, right. Britain going in again, putting a lot of infantry into that initial front row. With a beautiful general. Oh, okay, they cannot be talk smack about a general there, Mr. Alfred Clive. As a 6652. Yeah, they got a lot of armed tradition there from losing those battles, but there we go. Who's Pope allied to? No one? Siam. Yeah. Not the best ally, not the best, but there we go. But I do want to see this battle now without the Prussians getting a general advantage. They are going to go in and immediately reinforce to have enough infantry on the front line. Don't want their cannons going in. And yeah, a 9 roll. Ouch. Although it was shock face, so it wasn't too punishing. And Britain cheekily asking here for a second battle in Münster. Ironically enough, they may have that to provide. And France is going for that occupation there. Not for the best that it's not a fort and it will be just grabbed back. But war score is war score. Otherwise, there they go. So far, Prussia's getting the damage advantage. But to keep it, that's the question. And yeah, I don't know if they're going to take the bait. I don't even know if this is bait, because depends if this is bait. Yeah, this is bait. They have troops set back to reinforce this this siege here. Oh, that was almost really awkward. What happened there? Sure. The Prussians retreat from that. But it seems they did, and they have a horrible mess here without a fullback row. Guess they decided to not take that battle. Really could have taken that battle, but I assume they decided against it. Also to point out, Westphalia is actually completely landlocked, which is rather amazing, but there we go. So you see they did not take that back. They are taking that back? What are they doing? They locked in and they are taking that back. Oh, that's going to be a hurty-hurty. It's going to be hurty-hurty in the war score as well, I'll tell you that much. And now France also with a decent general, though he is quite lacking in the fire department, which is the one department that actually kind of matters, ironically enough. But there we go. France also having Genoa outside of the islands base here and lockdown outside of Tuscany, which... good development. Tuscany was a player, but as well, Pope ally, but got murdered. Okay, they are going to take that fight then. Weird, they kind of went in very peaceful here. Interesting choice. I'm not sure what the plan was there. I guess they may have had to retreat when they didn't want to retreat, but you know. There we go. Right. No real depth for Westphalia is the issue, and wow, that's a lot of manpower. So to work through, that's the thing. At any point, even if you burn 1 million on each side, just press the slacken button. Here's another 150k easily that way, and you passively recover a good 6k. And Luzia also coming in with a nice general now. It's going to be tough, accidentally tough. But there we go. Right. Well, damage is looking good, but yeah, they're going to feed in another like 150k, and yeah, that's rather awkward for them. That's rather unfortunate. Although they can kind of get away with it. The issue is that this siege now has a chance of falling. So they're either going to take this fight here or give up the siege, and neither of those are a good opportunity for them. They don't have the troops to both be able to reinforce this battle and take the fight here. But if they do give up the siege here, they just... yeah, more than anything, they're hopelessly outnumbered, much like a real Germany here. This is going to be a victory for the British eventually, although they're going to have to pay for it substantially. Already put 2 million to the dead, compared to Germany's 1, so... casualties could be better, but they have been on the offensive and they have been taking a lot of -1 battles, which is not for the best. And a lot of their, I think 2 to 3 of their early battles were already taken with the subpar general. Right, they defensively did that because I just saw that siege progress go down. I think they only just did. Interesting choice, but there we go. But god, yeah, they can easily have so much on standby here. I mean, France has almost 2 million in that. They outnumbered almost 3 to 4 to 1. Do remember though that like it may stay 2 million on the front lines to be a lot less because there's a lot of like British Alaskas that have 50k vibe in Alaska and not actually helping. But you know, it's still noticeable. But there we go. Right. Beyond that, yeah, no. I mean, they are fighting incredibly well in casualty ratios. Look at that casualty tick. 3k to 180. 0 to a 6 roll, yeah. Again, to remind you, on battles that take this long, the casualty rolls do average out to be reasonable, but yeah. It's still beautiful when it does happen. I mean, Britain now getting casualties advantage. Frankfurt being entirely in the back row for them, which is kind of awkward, but there we go. Not Frankfurt, Westphalia being entirely back row, but Germany in the front. You kind of want the opposite way around, but yeah. Okay, I think they're going to have to give up the siege more than anything they're doing that. No, they're not. What? They're going to do a last second intercept. Probably when they're not paying attention. Are they going to get there in time? They are going to get there in time. Yeah, I think they're not paying attention. That might have been quite smart to hold off for that long. Yeah, because Britain has nothing to reinforce that with. Although they are going for it. But then again, Westphalia also has nothing to reinforce that with. They are both out of troops. It is kind of remarkable just how close it comes down to it. Although, yeah, no, France still has another... They're not really out of troops at all. They have another 150k on standby. So despite overstacking, this is the point of absolute absurdity. Oh, they're going to get there in time. Oh no, they're going to get there in time. They did not get there in time! Oh no, that's really unlucky. For a person that overstacked, that's going to be devastating, because this is going to walk in. I'm going to be wiped because 3rd of February. There it is. Ouch. Unlucky reinforcements, so this can probably be relieved as well. They're a bit cheeky going for that occupation there with that man. They did not. Did this get scorched? It did not. But this did. Cold Cathedral lives to fight another day, and now this is going to be caught for reinforcements. So this is going to be awkward for them as well. There we go. Okay. There we go. Oh no, what's happened to the players tab? Almost everyone at war. Oh, Russia. Who are they going against? Ottomans? Ottomans down in Russia here. Fair enough. Well, you say, look at this isn't really a war that's happening. Did not call in. Oh, there we go. But Russia now, they have England in it. I don't know how much they'll help, but there we go. But the Russians are ready for them, mostly. That is going to be an awkward thing, but yeah, they're not going to get those reinforcements there in time. Ottomans, idea-wise, are basically behind a mill idea group, but I think the Russians are much of the same, so it's not going to matter in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, they're both having to pick up trade late here, which is not for the best. You'd rather drop a religious to have offensive as an idea group instead, but there we go. But yeah, the only people not at war are the Observer, Japan, Pope, Vijay, and Siam. So yeah, there we go, world at war. So, it's really basic. But there we go, right. Are they going to go for this? They are actually going to go for the... Yeah, unlucky they did not win all those sieges there. But Britain has mostly recovered, ironically enough. They're going to have to take that as a proper fight. Are they going to consolidate this? They are not going to consolidate that. That's unfortunate, actually. It's going to be really awkward with the unconsolidated regiments in the front line. And, yeah. Leader-wise, actually, British Columbia coming in with a 6-fire general. MVP British Columbia, ironically enough. Giving them a 6.66 in that. Although, they're not going to get there in time, I don't think. Yeah, they're not going to get there. They do get there in time, I take it back. Okay. Another proper battle, almost off the back of that old one. France immediately overfeeding. Casualty-wise, got almost 3-1. It is 3-1, actually, once you... Oh, no, sorry, that's numbers of 3-1. Casualties, 2-1 once you consider... attrition. Ironically enough, kind of a fair war. I am looking forward to see if any of them pop the discipline event. I'm assuming France is also going for the discipline event with the... No doubt morale of armies advised. Okay, Britain. Morale of armies as well. Okay. No discipline event. No discipline event. But they are very close to an extra 5% discipline and very close to military common ability, which should be very, very nice. Probably enough to justify dropping the military zeal act. Because 5%, I would definitely take that into common ability. It is how you deal damage. And that damage would be rather devastating. But there we go. Alright. Yeah, a bit of an early awkward one to go in. I guess they decided, yeah, let's hold that farmland fort. An issue is it's a farmland fort, and they are used to fight on the -1s. Which, of course, is good. You want to fight on the -1s, but yeah. Britain and France won't probably make the same mistake where they Oh, in all fairness, these are both scorched, so they might, but yeah. Because this fort does mean that France can't reinforce, I believe, this stack in. Yeah, I think they have to go through here. Because the fort, in my understanding, the fort mechanics are correct, which most of the time they're not. Bear that in mind. But there we go. Is Britain giving money to anyone? No, I don't think they would be, especially given they are kind of in a war right now. No, they are. Do the French. Yeah, okay, they're giving money to their ally. No war keeping them afloat. Yeah, although they've really... France making bank of this war and also making land of this war, but there we go. Oh, there's the battles. As ugly as they may seem there. Westphalia, however, in not really any substantial debt, ironically enough, and with defensive ideas finished, is there any good policies they can run with that? I don't think there are. No, not really at all. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a slogfest. I do trust most of them to reinforce well enough, so we'll pop back in the end of that after they've put another million to the death. Prussia, in the meantime, actually also making money, but yeah, taking a bit of a dip with all those arcades. They're still running the discipline advisor, that they are. Yep, running basically the money admin advisor. And a trade efficiency money advisor, fair enough on that. Probably actually making money with that trade. God, their trade really gone down. Getting a good chunk of their trade, 30 ducats ish nicked, and they probably could use that. But there we go. Right. Let's quickly check in on that Ottoman front end. Yeah, Ottomans doubt it, and Ottomans definitely having the advantage here. Russian army trying to get their bearings again, but Ottomans, I would argue, have the advantage here. These numbers are really deceptive because Britain's in it. And I don't think they're quite in a position to help. Being a bit caught up in Germany. But this battle, I think, is coming to a close, and wow, they love overstacking. Okay, kids, don't do this. Don't overstack 300k. More than your opponents. I think they might have to because of the morale difference, but wow, they have to overstack here. Really awkward, but I guess they can afford it, putting almost a million into that battle. Westphalia, meanwhile, maybe yeah, I would start moving the next reinforcement in. They have done that. Yep. God, okay. Are they actually overstacked that completely? They may have overstacked to the point where they're going to lose this now. Because they still have a good 40k proper reinforcements in. What is this? 460. Oh, 70k in reserves. Wow, a lot of them have retreated, in fairness. That's morale damage for you, but they're going to feed that 80k in, and yeah, they did break there eventually. Did not get their reinforcement in time, unfortunate. Had to be very tight there, but then. There we go. Right. Oh, we're still getting more separatists, let me guess. But yeah, good battle, good battle. Yeah, that's... It's peasants. They're not going to get... This is all Sind primary culture. Actually, none of this will rise. This technically can, but there's no separatism, so... But yep, good battle there, definitely. They very much overstacked us, so I'm a bit intrigued to say not a good battle, but they got away with it at the end of the day. Casualties are hurting for the French now, but the German ones are all starting to add up. But getting back to this front, yep. Ottomans, wow, definitely having the upper hand here, although 260k back there as well. Will be an interesting show. This is a step before. That's the issue with Russia, is that if you don't go into Georgia area, you really don't have a lot of good forts. In general, Russia really struggles with defending itself. I know historical inaccuracy, right? But Russia's a much better country to go on the offensive with and fighting in other people's forts. But yeah, in general, the whole Eastern Europe area, like Hungary, very defensible. Once you hit Germany forests, you can do something with that, you know. The Silesian Mountains, you can do something there. But basically, Poland proper, Teutons. I guess there's a couple forests there. Okay, Teutons are still more Germany in that regard. Just not very defensible at all. So the ideal Russia campaign kind of stretches all the way into Germany, Hungary, and ironically enough, all the way down here into Moldavia and into even Bulgaria just to get some defensible land. Okay, Russians overstacking this a bit, but I think they can afford to, ironically enough. Although, yeah, there's still a lot of Ottoman presence, so we shall have to see how that goes for them. What is the time? Oh dear, sorry. Let me check. Oh wow, time flies. An hour and a half left, and yeah, most of the time wasn't speed 2, however. And yeah, now Britain definitely getting the advantage. It would be a while for the Westphalians to recover. They have also a decent chunk of men, but recover that sooner rather than later, and they can always slacken here. No question about it. Are they running all the disgusting modifiers they can as a bureaucracy? How are they not having the... That mechanic, fair enough. I think it's because they went Gallic on monastic order, because that gives them the other thing. Okay, but there we go. And the church and state for a free policy is so strong. If you're going for the clergy one faith, which I would not recommend you want absolutism, for your one faith as God and man is still pretty good. And in general, one faith is, you know, archbishoprics is quite a good thing to go for. But yeah. Ooh, 5k men. Let me guess, they're asking for... basically Champagne and Lorraine back. But they're going to go in for another battle. Fair enough to them there. I'll definitely try and drag this one out. I mean, it's late game. Might as well have you find where you can have it. Definitely a desperate defense here, but unfortunately for them, that is not... That's a farmland fort. Farmland fort. And it's farmland forts until your capital. Which is actually, where is their capital? Where is their capital? Buttons are hard to press. Oh, corners. Okay, fair enough. I mean, it does make corner a good fort. It's a very good fort, actually. Surprised it stood that long, but there we go. Yep, overstacking by the British, but yet again they can afford it, so no surprise there. Cheeky AI occupations, but they're always quite nice. But there we go. We are going to take those fights. I'm again surprised to see Prussian artillery not in that front row. But there we go. There is an argument, of course, as well, if they want to be friendly with the Ottomans, which kind of makes sense geographically and politically, for them to keep this war dragging out so Britain can't go help the Russians. But yeah, the Russians themselves actually did manage to win that battle. I did have to miss that, my bad. They are actually going to have a bit of a pushback against the Ottomans here. But the Ottomans can definitely recover and go for a second strike. It's arguably the second largest army on the planet right now. This, of course, the standoff between the East to continue for the third decade now, but there we go. God, they can just keep so many troops around as reinforcements. France haven't already burnt at least 1 billion. Yeah, 1,300,000, that's just in battles. So France have been 1.6 million. So they've actually recovered 600k manpower either through slackening or just passively existing during this war. Probably slackening. But yeah, do you want to see, is Prussia going to get that 5% discipline? They have, okay. And are they running that policy of 10% to combat ability? Okay, they're not. Fair enough, I guess, but in fairness, they actually haven't fought yet, so... It is what it is. Kept Hamburg as a march, ironically enough. Are they going to keep the Teutons as a... Probably not, they will probably integrate. Hey, they got these occupations for a tiny decisive war score. They have Sweden as a... They do. Did not notice that. Okay, so that's... Expanding those borders then. There we go. Oh. Getting rather sleepy now. But yeah, there goes that occupation. God, the sun makes you tired. Is Delhi going for a cheeky war against Transox while they're also technically fighting the Ottomans? Although I don't think they're fighting them much. But there we go. I guess ironically enough, if they commit any serious troops to the Ottomans, they can get very much punished here by Persia. Ironically enough, although they can't take land, so some of that land war is too devastating if they do throw it. And France finally fixed in Iberia for the most part. Kind of half-stated, but, you know, I'll take these borders. Could be a lot worse. Could be the Italian borders. God, what am I looking up there? But yeah, going back to the war, a bit of a mess down the front lines. A lot of random subjects walking around, which isn't helping the situation, but yeah. There go the British also on the siege of Cologne. Yeah, not looking too great for Westphalia, I'll be honest with you. Not looking too great. How about the Ottomans then? Well, it's a bit hard to look at two wars at once. Sorry about that, but there they go again. Russia having a bit of the advantage here, but they're going for cheeky two battles. So they have both these are back rows, ironically enough. But yeah, wow, Russia do push through there. Although no, their reinforcements came in. I think they're going to win that, I'm afraid. Yeah, I think the Russians are going to. And that is rather awkward for them, but yeah. Legalism is legalism. Gotta get that manpower somehow. But god, that is strong. The ironic thing actually is Russia, if you want manpower, you want to go Orthodox and keep all your Orthodox. You want to go Sunni and keep all your Orthodox land, because 100% legalism for 20% national manpower modifier sits quite well with the dhimmi privileges of 25%. And the generic Sunni buffs. Although don't forget, if you have 100%, you know, you get 30% manpower, so you kind of do need that legalism to be at 100 with the dhimmi. So yeah, harder to pull off arguably than just the straight thing, but you can technically squeeze out 10% more manpower that way. But there we go. I mean, you really shouldn't be jeopardizing your country that much, 10% more manpower, but there you go. Look at Siam, sure, let's take a look at Siam. They were Ayutthaya earlier, but they have nicked that off from Siam. We are playing one patch behind where this mission has been fixed. I will need to complete that in the console during the interlude between the sessions, because that's just a bug. Because you get subjugation yourself. But yeah, otherwise they recovered somewhat nicely now. Yeah, a bit more income. Good on ideas. I'm not sure why they're not taking the last thing and getting more government cap, but it's up to them, I guess. Using estates and reasonable force limits, so sums up from me. Assuming, yeah, trying to get something going economy-wise, but workshops are there, manufacturers are there, so far so good. Do they have that? Well, that's cursed. That's really cursed, but there we go. Oh, Japan is starting to enter this now, so maybe Japan saying, actually Malaya may rather have you as a person at the end. After all, they are just saying no to a lot of trade here. I think they are collecting here, I think. Yeah, they are collecting here, but at the end of the day, if they could steer this all into steer Nippon down into Hanzhou and collect there, that would be a lot nicer for them. Sorry, steer this down into Hanzhou and then have your primary node in Beijing. That would be a lot nicer for them. So there they go. Right. So they can intervene on the Ottoman side here, because, yeah, Russia, Delhi. Someone can intervene on the Ottoman side in that war, which Ottomans could probably be grateful for, but nay, they're still technically on the offensive here, so far so good. Meanwhile, yeah, it seems that... Oh, okay, they are going for the battle, last stand of their capital, I guess, although there'll be a lot of these last stands. There'll be a lot of these last stands, is what I'll be telling you. Still have a lot of fight left in them. Couple decent slackens too as well. So there we go. Right. But beyond that, yeah, definitely going to be a free-ish reign for the British here from now on. Which could be worse, But yeah, they are paying for it. 4.5 million dead. Most of them French. 1.5 million of them French. And a lot of dead British as well, actually, surprisingly much. But yeah. Westphalia do like leaving their reinforcements tight. They're actually going to lose that, I think. No, they got there in time. Oh, and Britain's going to catch their reinforcements fat. Ooh. They do catch them here. Okay. Not that it matters, but... Nassau last stand. Yeah, not a great start for them here, but... Reinforcements will come their way, and that's going to be ugly. Yeah, 87k coming in. Yeah. Well, if they decide to push on to get anything out of Prussia, that'll be a bit painful, because Prussia still has a lot of fighting left in them. And of them popping the 10% discipline event, because I don't think they are. No. But dear God, Prussia. Beautiful discipline, you love to see it. And there we go, there's the peace deal. And I have to commend the nice borders, thank you. But there we go. Right, that leaves us a lot less wars to focus on. And I think the British did peace out with the Ottomans here. Yep. Although Delhi hasn't, which is rather ironic, but there we go. Not a real alliance after all, I guess. Probably was a defensive alliance against the Germans, if anything. Probably not against the Ottomans, but yeah. Oh, okay. Persia actually going for something. Stalemate is ending. Probably to keep Delhi entertained, and hell, they are keeping them entertained. Delhi very much overstacking here. I'm not sure why they did that, but I guess, yeah. Delhi on the offensive. At minus 40%, they can enforce the white peace, but I think they may want to push here and punish them for keeping this war up for 5 billion years, which they kind of have now, actually. 26 years of war is a bit absurd, you have to admit. I'm kind of also surprised why the Andalusians are tolerating the existence of the Pope so much. Guess they don't want to fight Vijay and Siam, but not that they do much, in fairness. If they just said, okay, I just want these 2 provinces for nicer borders. Is that a fort here? There isn't a fort here, and that kind of brings us to an issue in that they probably have enough war score from just taking and occupying that to grab this province here as well. Oh dear, Upsilon, how are you? Did Upsilon crash? No, he did not, okay. Just a lag spike can happen, but yeah, rip. And Westphalia finally integrating their subject. Just Berger left. Border starting to look nicer. Isvenia's going to be beaten soon enough. Probably after this war, I'm assuming, but there we go. But yep, okay, Ottomans, after the initial setback, are back at it again. Troop counts in that 1v1 are actually pretty close to 1v1 standards as far as that's concerned, yeah, so probably quite the fair 1v1-ish. Full trade for the Ottomans, however, has substantially helped their economy. As for the Russians, however, yeah, they need that full trade for the extra merchant, will probably help them quite a bit, but there we go. Delhi, on the other hand, well, probably on the back foot now. They've got this fort, so they can go and unsiege all of this. Which would be kind of useful for them, but there we go. Interesting to see what will happen to Malaya, who have kind of allied with the Russians, but really did nothing for that war. But yeah, I think that was an agreed 1v1. That's the thing with the Russians, they really should be taking a 1v1 on the offensive. Defensively, they just really struggle having forts in the right positions. Can't get that Edmonton ahead of time. The real deal, however, will be getting this mill tech ahead of time, and they are focusing mill, but they're also running a lot of mill policies. Which is fair enough, they need to. But I think the Ottomans may potentially beat them to that mill tech ahead of time. Yeah, I think they are. I think they're very close to it. It's kind of a big one. Infantry fire, not great, but more combat with is really good. And another cannon type. Awkward to switch into, but it is an improvement and a substantial one at that. Right. But there we go. What is the time looking like? Last hour. Actually, had things to look at this war. Right, are they unsieging this? Yeah, makes sense. The issue is with this kind of soft underbelly gone, no forts here. Very, very easy to push through here and be punished. Not sure what the hell they can take. Can't return, can't annul subjects, can't release nations, can't take a land. They can humiliate. They can pillage the capital, granted. Show strength. Bit of an expensive show strength. Oh, wrong person. Yeah, well, much of the same is true though. Oh no, it's a humiliation. They can take land on the defensive. Well, that's not great for you. Because they probably will take this land to just be annoying in terms of ever making it hard for you to attack them again, taking your own defensive fort positions, and probably the lat as well to connect this up. Because you do have a lot of good forts here to take, like the lat will be devastating if you fully lose this war. And that would be really devastating for you in your future war potential, because that's 5 very good forts just gone. But there they go for another battle. Delhi taking the initial upper hand. Persia leisurely reinforcing their armies. Probably expecting, yeah, that siege to be over before they get that up there. Bit of an overstack initially by the Delhis, but they can get away with it, especially given that both of them are not running a full back row. Kind of ironic, but here we go. And there go the Delhi flagship somewhere. Oh, did the Delhi not have a... Okay. Unironically get the stack and you want the cannons in that. But there we go. Right. Yeah, complete overstack by Delhi. What you don't need. Your morale is fine, you don't need to feed more. You're going to feed more in. Look. You have 253k in reserves. What is that reserves doing? They're taking morale damage. Seen that morale tick down? Oh, it's gone now because you reinforced it. But see that morale tick down? You don't want that morale tick down. That morale tick down is bad. You don't want it. But it is what it is. It is a bit annoying to get the events. Sometimes I do wish they can turn it off, but as far as features go, it's pretty minor. It's not the end of the world. Might get away with it because Persia only has 200k here. What did they send their troops somewhere else? Oh, they have weird stacks all over the shop. Weird. Yeah, they might get away with this, ironically enough. For the Delhis, because the Persians just don't have the men in the front line here, I think, at all. Yeah, look. They just have not recovered their manpower fast enough. I think they won this battle here and they went into it without recovering, which the Persians were able to do much better. Delhi were able to do much better, which means despite the whole having more being overstacked to the point of upsetting, they're going to get away with it here. And hey, better general. Sind. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be enough, Sind, I'll be honest with you. And there they go. Okay. Well, at least got that capital back. So that's something. Right, how are the Russian-Ottoman war going? Looking at the hordes of Ottomans trooping Beale back up, not looking too good, and yeah, they've pushed them back. Not the best fort to fight here, but if they can capture this one, they can hold it pretty well and give them some main choke point of entry. I like how Moldavia is not even being used as a front line here. But yeah, if Ottomans, what would I take from Ottomans if I had to completely won this? Probably this, to ironically enough give me a nicer, yeah, basically take this, give me a nicer front line against them in the future. Give all of this to Kiev, apart from this, keep this fort, keep that fort nice and fresh, and obviously give myself at least a fort here to have my troops garrisoned over. As for the Ottomans, well, they have cores. They actually have, ironically enough, some cores. Is that what that was? Oh, jihad, okay. So show superiority war. What would I be taking here? Probably more incursions into Crimea, no, to try and get that trade, so Probably something quite like this. That to keep the land connected. Oh, it's a bit ugly, but probably this to keep the land somewhat connected. Yeah, something like that. Really get the Crimea back for yourself. But yeah, not looking too good for you there. Technically, they're still fighting quite well in terms of not having to push back through awkward land. You know, even if they lose this siege, they're still gonna have to be attacking into step, which is fine. There's no debuffs there, but you know, not the best. And Delhi's pieced out. Okay, so they got a province out of it. Well done for them to that. 26/7 year war, I think. 28-year war, maybe. They started it in 2015, so 25 plus 3. 28-year war, yeah, for what? A province. Congratulations. Well, I see 4 MP for you. There we go. Is Ragusa still independent? It actually is. It has no right to be independent, but I guess it's in the Empire, so it's like a weird Prussia argument to get them in. Ragusa making cheeky little bank off the existence there and that trade being mixed through them. Can't even click on Ragusa. Yeah, well, not that too much interesting there. But there we go. The issue is, I think Persia's now going to go help the Ottomans. Yeah. So there goes the concept of the Russian 1v1 because Persia's going to be there. Oh well. Venice kind of sitting back and enjoying. But god, their subjects are disloyal. Right, how are we doing for time? Again, just over an hour to go. A couple of minutes over an hour to go. But so far so good. Wow, Persian income tanked. Wow, Persian income. Are they giving this... What's happening? No, they... But yeah, I think Persia's going to be helping the Ottomans here, I'll be honest with you. At least they're positioning themselves to be around that area. Should be awkward, but there we go. Right. But yeah, beyond that, France finally picking up the rest of that node. Are they going to integrate the Genoese? Probably should. I mean, they definitely can, and they probably really should. Are they not going to take... Oh, let me guess, coalition with England? No, actually, relatively fine. They're waiting for the admin tech or something. Which they can take. I have no idea why they're waiting. Why are they waiting? Oh, I left them in Siena. Weird, interesting choice to leave them in Tuscany. But there we go. Sorry, interesting choice to leave them in Siena. I mean, that's the one bit of it that can be quote unquote nicked, but there we go. Are they going to start integrating the Genoese? They probably want their card sooner rather than later. On that topic, let's check. Has Britain caught up on score? No. Oh. Yeah, that. Yeah, they kind of got nicked down the dip rating quite a bit, so that's not looking great for them, but they're still a good 500 score ahead. Thinks is Persia going to help the Ottomans here? This is the real question. Yes, they are. They're helping the Ottomans. Oh, there goes that 1v1 then. But it is what it is. Right. I'm pretty pissed as Russia right now if you agree to that 1v1. And now Persia's actually helping, which is a bit awkward, but yeah. At this point I'll probably ask for saying, hey, Britain in that case, want a great power intervene. They can claim Econ Hegemon as well, which is very impressive, but I think that the fact they don't help claiming it tells me one thing and one thing only. They are planning on getting a mill hegemony. Well, they would have at this point. I'm not sure why they haven't, in fairness. You plan to get a hegemony at all? She's got enough opinion to probably tank a hegemony debuff. France isn't going for score. But wow, they actually have 0 AE with the French and vice versa. Oh, I guess they are Orthodox, wrong religion, wrong culture, so that would do it. Oh, and there's Orthodox still to see it. It's a bit cursed. But hey, at least the religion like both are quite nice, apart from the weird Catholic Teutons. But there we go. Very Sikh India, very Sikh India. Very Buddhist Siam as well. I heard Buddhism got a decent buff in this patch, actually. Reach openness 10 current. But yeah, not sure what this event does, but I guess we'll find out. No, it's not fair. It's not stupid. Yeah, it's not fair. In all fairness, this is kind of a scam. They promised the 1v1, they didn't get a 1v1, so probably should call Delhi in here. Or Malaya, given that. Well, Malaya will do nothing, but you know. Well, rest in peace. I guess they can be separate data. Well, that's one way of doing it. I think Japan intervened. Yeah, Japan intervened. They actually gonna fight this? Guess we'll find out. Did they intervene so that other people could intervene and they're not actually gonna fight this? That would be genius. That would be genius. I'm not even mad, that's genius. Not sure why they're not safely fighting this land, but there we go. So I don't think they're fighting this, are they? No, not at all. That is genius. God, why didn't I think of that? Intervene so that the other person can't. God. Rest in peace on high, still being beaten up by Andalusia to this day. And yeah, Malaya's lost that now. RIP. Congo, probably not long for the squad either if Britain decides to finally put them out of their misery. Right, has the Pope finally got their navy going for themselves? Yep, full naval force. National Sailors, Marines Force, and Morale Navies. Highly competent. Oh my god, that's so many free dip policies. That's insane. They actually have a free mill one. Is Divine Naval actually any good? This is going to be really ironic, but for boat-wise, maritime prestige and naval tradition, really isn't. Is offensive maritime any good? A bit of shipyard ability. I think trade naval tends to be, oh yeah, trade things and trade efficiency. I really haven't looked up what's the good policies if you want to stack navy things. I've never really done a navy campaign, like ever, full stop in all my thousands of hours. But there we go. And that might be an interesting campaign to do at some point. Sit down and work through that, but there we go. But yeah, pretty unfair for Russia here. They kind of agreed to a 1v1. All their allies pieced out for the 1v1, and then they bring in the Persians. Yeah, rather awkward to say the least, but bit of a dick move. And I think the genius thing that I have to commend is Japan intervening. Well, they are building up an army. Are they actually going to fight this? If they're actually going to fight this, I'd call that more fair. Beautiful general, though. No two questions about it. They do need offensive ideas here, or defensive, or even plutocratic on it. They go Republic. I guess these simple democracy is not too bad because you do keep the standard stuff like we've had some more. But yeah. Well, plutocratic ideas could be worse, could be worse. Economy now looking a lot nicer for them though, so that's always good to see. Yeah, they're making tariffs. Oh yeah, Japanese California. I keep forgetting that it's Japanese California, not a different shade of British California. But there we go. Right, how is that front line going for the Ottomans then? Well, they're taking on the battle here. Not sure they are planning on taking that battle, but they're taking that battle now, and Russia is running out of people on the front line. Also 2 cannons back behind, which is not the best thing to be in. But, oh well. Yeah, definitely give it a worthy renovation. Oh well, if you care about patriarchal authority, I guess, which they probably do. Quality-wise, they're kind of actually surprisingly equal. While Ottoman traditions counteract the 5% discipline from the origin thing. For Russia, because Russian and its ideas have great idea set, but they're missing discipline. So there we go. Alright. Beyond that, don't know how long it's going to take the Japanese if they are going to arrive to actually help, but given they built up the force, then it's going to tell me they might actually be here to help. If they, however, intervene just for the purpose of stopping other people intervening, that would be genius. Absolutely genius. Surprised that, again, not safe to find this stuff. Wait, where are they not safe to find? Oh, this. Weird. Why'd they take this then? Why did they statify this then? I guess a better way of asking it, but... Probably have some idea / reasons to why. Won't be me though, and yeah, okay, Russia not looking too good for you there, and that's just... Yeah, but okay. Persia also going to be looking into that. No, yeah, not exactly the fair 1v1 they wanted, but that's the 1v1 they're getting. 2v1 they're getting. And that's the wonder of more back rows, you can get away with sieging another, like, fort. While a major battle's taking over this one. Fortunately, the Russians are going to win this, they're almost out of morale, they only have 1 more stack to reinforce with. I think that's it. Yeah, that is the entire Russian army sitting in that battle right there. Oh dear, they're actually getting that as well. Which is not for the best, but here we go. I'm mistaking that 2-1, but yeah, I think they were really in an awkward position. Either lose the morale or just be screwed. Oh yeah, Westphalia killing on. No. Rip on. Rest in peace, on. I think they're going to keep Kiev around as a borderlands forever. If it's an attempt to bribe me, then it's very successful. Do upgrade them the lava for them, though, I guess, if I have to say anything. Yeah, it does actually give some really nice buffs. Local defensiveness, not so much, but the other things, yeah, definitely will take. But yeah, unfortunately that's them being beaten back for now, and it's only going to be worse. They really don't have enough defensive terrain to work with here. Okay, Japan's actually helping. There they go. Going to take them a small decade to arrive, but in they go. Now the issue is as well, how long is this truce? 48. If they've had on 4 years, Delhi probably wants to go in here. Well, given they declared that before, I think they do want to go in here. So, yeah. That'll be rather awkward for them. Abusing the stage to the max and reasonable force. And Delhi does like to overstack, but they can get away with it. Also, has anyone claimed hegemony yet? No, GB not claiming it. Although that would be great for their score. I think they're trying to get it without hegemony. But there we go. Right. Oh, Westphalia is technically unplayable, but not really unplayable because they're killing it on. Seeing once the time passes, they can peace out and be done with it. But there we go. Oh, that's part of the fun. Still not, as you can tell, I'm not very happy with the fact that they took that 1v1 after saying, hey, let's do 1v1 and then dipped from the 1v1. So, you know. Wait, Sind? Is he London? Huh. It is. And VG got immediately doused it. They have a truce with Sin, don't they? They do. Now, is it worth 5 stab for them? The answer might surprise you. Oh no, it's 100% war score. You just take it? Pisses off Delhi and no one else. Oh, that's kissed. But yeah, Delhi's already pissed off with them. Guess that's the thing. Do you want... They have to be very careful here, because if VJ rushes down the capital, they can take us. The subject can take a good defensive war against Delhi cornering their allies. They're just taking Kutch, or doing first good relations, or are they just going to take Sind? I mean, this is a very diverse node, shall we say. Honestly, now the real winners of all this fighting over there would probably be the British, but in all fairness, if one person can consolidate a node, that would be best for them. Surprised Britain didn't immediately jump this one, but there we go. I think they actually have claims on Eastern India, though. So, yeah. And, okay, let's have to slowly walk through their ideas. Otherwise, yeah, they're gonna need the Japanese to come save them from the Siberians, but the issue is Siberia is quite the trip away, so... Will take them a while, unfortunately. Will take them a while. Russia almost finishing trade ideas, but yeah, that's not going to help you fight this, I'm afraid. They are going to go in here into a no back row stack. I think this is Scorched though, yeah, 1650, so they arrive 1st of June. This arrives in time. Ouch. No initial advantage. Unfortunate. Or exhaustion at least. 8. Oh yeah, took that down. Fair enough. Yeah, don't send these guys in. There they go. Yeah, no chance of that snipe there. But if there's no cannons here, they might get over this snipe. There are cannons here. I would take the snipe if they don't fight it. But they are probably paying attention. And there goes Kazan forts. Yeah, Russia is very easy to siege out, ironically enough. It's huge, but there's not a lot of good forts for you. Very invadable country, ironically enough. I know, Russian invadability usually don't go too well together in history games, but honestly, Russia's lack of natural defences means that you can just waltz your way up to Moscow through a couple pretty non-relevant forts. But there we go. Right. Oh, Sam taking that opportunity to also... Oh, they called him. I was gonna say. Yeah, I think they'll be fine against Sind, I'll be honest with you. Is it even a proper fort? No, so they can just... Are you actually gonna read? Bit overkill there, don't you think? Oh no, they go. They actually, I think, do have the admin to call that. Yeah. So. I guess there will be no Indian truce break. I mean, it kind of makes sense. You can truce break AI, but not for what's left of it right now, which is a province. Not worth it at all. Which is about all that you'll be able to take here. Well, there we go. Right, how is the Japanese? Are they actually going to reinforce that? Slowly but surely. Although they're kind of hanging back here. I guess they're trying to keep it as more of a surprise initiative, but there we go. Meanwhile, Russia is getting slaughtered. Actually starting to run a bit low on manpower, ironically enough. Although they got a decent chunk of Slackens, yeah, that'd be fine. this late in the game, if you're running low on manpower, you've done something very wrong. So, yeah, Ottomans on the other hand, well, getting a bit carried here by Persia coming in. The numbers really are in your favour in that regard. Yeah, Ottomans are just having free real estate here, especially the Persians. And look at these generals. 5-5. I'll let him arrive so I can look at him without having to look at that horrible mess. Another 5-5. Yeah, beautiful generals here for the Persians. Meanwhile, the Ottomans having a 6-fire at least. I don't know what the Russians have. Oh, they have some good ones. Actually, I don't know. Have they popped their Conquistador? They have popped their Conquistador, unfortunate. Probably for an earlier war. But yeah, that's a great one to pop for a big wars. We definitely should have popped it here if they hadn't popped already. But yeah. Looks like Russia will be taking their slice of Crimea. The Ottomans will be taking their slice of Crimea. I like how they haven't actually taken that province, but there you go. Kind of ignored that one. Surprised so close having this. I know a lot of these other subjects, and QQ, what's left of them. But there we go. God, I need new headphones, these ones. They're being a bit painful. But they cost me money, and I'm bad at money. Right. Beyond that, yeah, is Japan actually... They are starting making their way around in their defense. Issue is, I think this might be a little too late going up through Perm here. Yeah. Hopefully sneak up past and go behind them, so if they get for a big battle, but there goes Moscow, so... Not the best position, they're already enforced for 22 war score, but they probably will want more. There's no denying that. If we do survive another 3 years, which is unlikely given the last 40 minutes, we will see the new victory card spawn, which will be rather interesting, but I doubt we'll get that far, unfortunately. Looking rather unlikely. But oh well, right. Oh, murder in the USA here, yeah, another Russian stat going kaput. Unfortunate for them, but there we go. And yeah, properly reinforced. That's a bit of a rip. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. Right, there we go. Okay, sorry, had to deal with some Discord messages. The best enough I don't have second monitors, so I missed a decent chunk of them. Sorry about that. If you do message me on Discord while I'm up, because yeah, I can't see them. Obviously, I need to stream this monitor, so shift tabbing does give awkward things as well. West Farley Hampton now peaced out with, yep. Oh, and yeah, peaced out with Almond. Putting the final nails in the coffin of the Holy Roman Empire, but there we go. Ironically enough, if they kill enough HRE people, what's actually going to happen? They might be able to just say, you know what, yeah, I support reform. And there's the Uncon by Russia. Okay, are they going to be ugly or are they going to be nice? They basically took what I said. Plus an extra province. They dead took what I said. Wow. Called it, I guess. Rip, they're meeting bits of Kiev, I guess. Very sad, very sad. But yeah. Now involves a good province. Dies on coal. But that kind of concludes those major wars. Rest in peace, Russia here. Ottomans are taking a bit of a fat bite there. Surprised again, GB is not taking hegemony. They'll take the military one if they want. They can take the economic one. Do they want the naval one? Probably not. What was that building that I just saw? No, they're culture converting. Oh god, okay, well that's gonna be a bit ugly. I have to love it, yep. English, 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 English. We're gonna deal with this. Careful culture converting the French ones if you want though, because the issue with that is it's gonna piss off the French. Because you've converted our culture. It's like minus 25 per province. Don't quote me on that opinion. I did that the hard way because what I did an England run for just getting the achievements Anglophile, and I exploited I think it was, yeah, kick out minorities out of Ireland because I really wanted to get an Irish Caribbean. But then afterwards I don't want to accept the Irish culture because I don't have enough culture slots, so I converted all of the Ireland to English culture. Issue with that was, however, of course I converted loads of Irish culture provinces, so my subject in the Irish East Indies, as I called it because it was all Irish culture provinces, was very not happy with me at all because they were Irish primary culture and all their land was converted. So yeah, that's a modifier, and it does actually kind of matter in single player, especially when you keep your subjects loyal. You aren't going for like a murderous or conquest. So there you go, that's your PSA for the for this week. Beyond that, yeah. How much trade power did they have here? 22%, funnily enough. Decent chunk of it. Definitely can get more. Malaya now looking a lot more consolidated, which is always nice to see. Brunei and Beru not long for this world either. Oh god, the Congo's colonizing for them. Well, that's one way to do it. Finally catching up on tech. Kind of a bit behind on admin, but they're not going to focus mill or anything. I would genuinely argue focusing admin here. You do want the 10% goods produced as you finish, and that ship durability helps if you ever do intend to do naval things. So I would be either taking the next naval thing, which they probably are taking, or take the next expansion idea. Yeah, probably will take the next naval thing. But there we go. To double check again. Oh, we're not at war, so let's try speed 3. Everyone's favourite. How was speed 3? Oh, and again, to double check the score. Yep. Are we going to handle speed 3? Well, until the month stick, fingers crossed, I think we get away with speed 3 here. Okay, everyone apart from Ipsilon. And he catches up, so we're good. There we go, beautiful, speed 3. Because no player was for once in our life. I think Ipsilon will eventually lag behind, which is unfortunate, but yeah. Are they going to integrate the Teutons? Probably not, but yeah. It's a bit cursed of this Hamburg, but yeah. God can demand unlawful territory from Westphalia against Ulm back. Yeah, that's 7 against it. That's the thing, actually. If the only 2 people left in the Empire are players, they can just, you know, pass every reform. Which is actually kind of powerful, because you do get a decent chunk of stuff. Technically revoke the privileges, bad, but you know. If you really want to, you can, I think, decentralize here for manpower increases and stuff. Local dev costs as well, actually. Now that would be free war taxes. Free war taxes aren't that great, but yeah. The 20 dev provinces has more than 1 tax. That's true. That's why it should be 21. The ideal province is the 1 tax, 10 dip, 10 manpower. But usually you're lazy, so it's like 30 dev because you have like 10 tax dev from all the ceramic points you end up having in MP. God, sometimes I wish I could transfer like MP points to single player like Super Blob campaigns, because God, those monarch points hurt. I need to start using client states more often is what I found myself, but yeah. There we go, fully peaceful world. Just a bit. I have to at least commend the Iberian borders here. Sums up on that. Italian borders, I think the player map mode looks a bit better at least. Yeah. And there's Upson lag behind. No, Scandinavian borders could use some work, but it's not the end of the world. And hey, an independent Denmark. We'd love to see it. Russian borders could be better. So can this mess. God, this mess actually, full stop, could be better, but China could be a lot better. New World is kind of nice. Apart from Malay and La Plata here, which is a bit horrible, but yeah, not the end of the world. And yeah, God, is it OPM Castile colonizing? God, that's beautiful. And also cast. But I think that's going to be New World mostly done by the British because of how aggressively they pushed for it and, you know, gave their subject colonists. And very orthodox New World, I believe, as well. Well, outside of the huge amount of totemists and fetishists, but there we go. Right. Oh, you know, kind of everything in life. Whew. Right. Awkward name placement for Genoa. Are they going to be integrated? I'm still looking at Castile. Yes, they are, okay. Down by 57, so there we go. That'll be a lot nicer once that's sorted. And then France will finally get their victory card. I'm calling next England card's going to be on Normandy. I'm calling it right now. Or on Paris. It's going to be on Normandy or Paris. And the issue is with England competing for the score, they probably will say, hey, give me Paris. And that may be enough to break them up, actually, which will probably give a good chance to Westphalia. Have to at least commend the current Westphalian German borders, though. Good borders. Like, yeah. They split up Alsace-Lorraine, you know. Very clean on trade notes as well, actually. Wow, that's almost perfect. Yeah, that is genuinely outside of this bit, which is horrible. That is Westphalia living in Rhineland and Vienna. Almost entirely. Yeah, outside of this. And Germany living in Saxony, Krakow, and Lübeck. Although Kiev has a bit of a chunk of that. And hey, they have a little customary slice of the Kiev node to make up for it, I guess. And slice of the Balkans while they're at it. But there we go. Right, we might actually make it. I think we will make it speed 3 to 1650, which will be quite nice. Which is for the best as well. I do want to see people's cards before they pop up. Right, a fun Discord PMs are fun for everyone involved, but there we go. And yeah, Russia, sorry they get decked on and lost again. But hey, the first peace deal was at least not your fault, strictly speaking. But there we go. Right. But moving swiftly on. France now making bank, but yeah, it's mostly British subsidies. Surprised again that Britain's not taking hegemony. That would give them a lot of score, and mostly I guess I'm surprised is that the Ottomans aren't killing the goose. Oh, they're calling Prussia co-belligerent. Yeah, because they're in the Empire. Could probably negotiate something there over, hey, can I have Ragusa, please? Because I think they want them dead, like Naples, they probably want them annexed. They probably want Genoa annexed, all that fun stuff. Probably want Tuscany gone as well. Ragusa they want gone, Genoa they want Pope. Oh god, Pope in the Empire. That's a player, so. Surprised I haven't made the Pope an elector. But there we go. Oh, Upsilon, how are you doing that? Yeah, I'm behind, unfortunately. But there we go. Can mostly fix that. We're mostly running speed 3, which is good to see. Good to see. Although, yeah, I think end of session, no one's going to start any logic last second wars. And yeah, to clarify, Britain very quickly catching up to Delhi now on score. Out of 2 score difference a month, they're going to get that 300, around 150 a month actually. Oh, 150 months. Yeah, okay, the next card is going to be very important, depending where it spawns. Because I think if it spawns on Paris, and realistically it's going to, and if it spawns on Cologne, that's going to be very bad for them. But if it spawns on France, that's going to be awkward. If it's, you know, something like Wallonia, that's probably fine, but if it's on Paris, well, I don't think France is going to want to give up 130 odd. How much is that actually? 131 dev, yeah, just for the fun of it. Oh, proper 21 devs. Oh no, did he expand? Oh god, he did as well. Bella? Don't want to see this. Don't tell me he gets Bella. Or something dumb he couldn't. Did he like colonize a godforsaken island here or something? Portuguese Australia, normal Australia. The Portuguese-British-Australia divide has maintained itself for quite a while now, and god, what a mess in the New World. British-Brazil, British-Brazil, Portuguese-Brazil. God. That is the one thing, they really need to do that once you have, like, integrate a subject that has colonial nations, you need to integrate those colonial nations. Definitely. Because that is painful to deal with. But there we go. Alright. And 1 more year until new cards in 1650, which will be nice to see. I do want to double check now as well, actually, on Britain again. Economy-wise, yeah, they definitely should be taking econ hegemony here. Don't know why they're not doing this. God, what is the Pope up to? Where are your navies? Yeah, but don't privateer with galleys, it's going to achieve nothing. And ironically enough, achieving a decent chunk of things, but you're getting 20 ducats and you're depriving the Ottomans of a good 80 ducats, so what would be better is to go and extract tribute out of them. Oh, Ottoman's going to go protect trade. Yeah, it's going to hurt that quite a bit, but it depends on your privateer efficiency. That's the thing, what is that privateer efficiency? Oh, of course it is. So, even if they're 100% protected, because they have over 100% privateer efficiency, yeah. It means absolutely nothing. Any privateer efficiency get over 100% is insane, because you can reduce privateer efficiency by only 100% with heavy ships protecting trades. So. And, you know, ships protecting trades. God, it's dumb, but yeah, they can really... I don't know why they piss off the Ottomans. If anything, they should piss off, like, the Genoese and stuff, but I guess they're making money out of Genoa themselves, they probably don't want to do that. Interesting they're steering this to Genoa, I'd probably collect here, but... They may have tested it to see they're making more money if they steer to Genoa. Oh yeah, World Port here, and let me guess, Trade Depot? No stock exchange, but yeah. We almost send us a trade, which is unfortunate, but you know. They work with what they get. Maybe they haven't accepted the Catalonians, but yeah. Malta you really don't need to accept, it's one province, just... Well, it's a bit expensive now. Converted to Umbrian, finally have an Umbrian province, but there we go, right. I think with the Speed 3 we will actually get to 1650 to look at the new cards. The main one of course being, well, What's Delhi's card going to be? Because if it's going to be on a Southern Sind or something, that's going to be an ouch. Or if it's going to be on Persia especially. Yeah, same. If it's on Transox, that's a very free real estate. And Siam as well, they probably will bend their will to that. But they can have some awkward card placements as well. Persia, Britain, however, is going to have the most awkward ones. If it's Paris, then, well, it'd be kind of sad if they were the provision to already hand them over Paris, you know. It is what it is. It's inland steering, you'd love to see it. But God, they're making bank here. Literally making 1,000 just straight from there. Now that is how you stack money. That's from 1k from English Channel alone. They're finally going to go into English Civil War. Though they've been taking their sweet time with that one. But before we do that, before we get into the English Civil War, I'm going to guess it's Normandy, if I'm being honest, but Paris would probably be the worst one to get it on. Or another fat state. Like North Westphalia would be just horrible to eat. Wexer as well. Sweden will be not too bad. It's going to be a lot of low dev land influx big. If it's on Russia though, this will be a beautiful card because it's pretty pathetic. And hey, they spawn manufactories. Nice. So GG on spawning 3 institutions. Jesus Christ. That's very, very impressive. Very impressive to say the least. But their card is on Paris. Oh, well. That's gonna be awkward. And French card on London. Oh, cards on each other's capitals. Also, I'm assuming they probably will negotiate for this card, but there we go. Russia getting a horrible card on Slovakia. Pope not having any cards, and yeah, Pope card on Ottomans. Otto's getting their third one on there, and yeah. Persia getting their third card around the other way around. And let me guess. They could probably negotiate this one. It's a good state, but it's a lot more acquirable, I guess, unless they start selling them Paris. Which I won't put it aside the French to do, in all fairness, but yeah, that's a really unfortunate spawn for them. And Krakow is a subject getting integrated, I was going to say. And rest in peace, Crimea. Finally getting annexed into the British, but that's a very hard rip there. Very, very unfortunate. Still some natives coming around in Britain. Guess they never got around to killing them, but there we go. And hey, this little bit of the whole Dutch, French, etc. things existing here. There we go. Poor little son lagging behind. Yeah, now taken on by the Congolese, with the Congolese fetishists. Texas looking fancy. Ironically enough, still kind of viable. Probably getting a lot of their trade nicked, but you know. Oops, did not mean to have that pause there. My bad entirely. But there we go. Ironically, I've making around 100 luckets. They've gone diplomat. Okay, I may want a nation fix that for them. Near the end, which will be soon, I will also need to nation fix Siam. No, done 57? Yeah, we're not going to get that far. Siam, I will need to nation fix. So there you go, Siamese Revolution. Yeah, 2-3 on Dragon. And if they get that absolutism, which they actually could, probably. Wow, they probably could, actually. Yeah, where did Siam's card spawn? Oh, very much go invade Malaya. Yeah, that's... Malaya is very much go invade Vietnam. Japan is another contestant, and that's on Delhi. That's going to be a tough one. Russia again getting very screwed on cards, but yeah. Texas getting any more cards? Yeah, I don't think they did. Oh my god, yeah, they're not getting that one. How the hell did they get? Did they border that state? I guess they do, because they have in the province of Indiana, they can get on in Michigan. What a stab. I'll take the stab as an observer. But there we go. It is what it is. Right. Again, surprised Britain not taking the hegemon. Definitely be taking the hegemon if I'm being honest. I guess what they're doing is they don't want to take it for their disaster, but... The only thing I could think of, and even then that's sketchy at best. Kind of ironic that they fed VJ with this. And yeah, wow, immediately integrated and fully... Immediately basically fully integrated. Surprised they're not accepting all of these cultures, but there we go. Right. Last 15 minutes. I think we can get another year. It depends if the people start a player war. If we can get another year or two. 2 years, no player wars. 1 year if there is player war. If I was Ottomans, I'd probably just go and kill Ragusa here or just Dow Tuscany. Are we approaching Tech 22? Oh yeah, we'll be nowhere near. Well, I say nowhere near. 3 techs away, but yeah. Definitely see manufacturers being... Wow, Delhi really liking the manufacturers, actually. That's surprising. Britain very manufactured, though. Beautiful British manufacturers. France as well. But yeah, I think they're not going to get this card, if I'm being honest, unless Paris, they want to move their capital from Paris to, like, Genoa or something. Probably Rome, if you want to go whole role player. In that regard. That's a shout. Can the French... They have the religious ideas, so they probably can convert Rome. They are converting Rome. Got the State Edict? Oh, got the Manpower Edict. Fair enough. Probably still put the State Edict for... say goodbye to a bit of manpower, just to convert this a bit faster. But there we go. Yeah, it's a bit cursed. But what can you do? Ottoman is now, yeah, back in charge of their... Although, wow, it's getting... Are they private? They are really messing with the Ottoman income here. Although, really not too badly, but... Still. It's hurting them a decent chunk, because that's a lot of money being forced to stay back. And barely beating up Transox. Little kill on a little AI. But yeah, surprised these AI lived that long. I guess there has been a couple decent player wars, but also this land isn't exactly great for anyone apart from Russia. Yuan can use... I mean, Persia can, in fairness, as well, but... The only person that can go in there is Delhi, and Delhi doesn't want this land. Persia. Surprised they kept Khorasan around that long. I guess they are annexing them now, but yeah. After all, it is actually only 1653. Somehow got the mindset that it's like 1750s endgame now, but there's still actually a good 150 years to go if people want to continue it. And I think there's enough of it. I think the seeding, while not as amazing as last time, has still been good enough to give enough of a game going. England, while a dominant power, isn't exactly, you know, running away with it fully, and if Prussia pop their 10% discipline event, then yeah, look out. It's actually, wow, getting that governing cap, 1 king governing cap. They do need trade here, no questions about it. They really do. But there we go. Yeah, unfortunately, also we'll have to save edit fix Sam. I don't like save edit fixing, but this one is justified fully. Like, yeah, this is complete bullshit. It's fixed in the current patch anyway, so. Or at least I was told it's fixed in the current patch anyway. I haven't checked current patch enough to check this particular bug, in fairness, but people won't lie to me, would they? But yeah, no, this is a complete bug. Yeah, if it wasn't fixed in current patch, this I would need to fix. It's of no fault of Sam. That's a bit broken, to say the least. Like, okay, if Leviathan released with bugs that were like this, I would call it buggy, but it would be playable. It on release, however, oh boy. That was bad. But yeah, wow, that's... Really buff Theodora to have that when you have middle karma to get that 5% discipline and dip rep bonuses. Like, I think that's the highest dip rep we can get from a religion, in fairness. Well, I say that, but I think Catholic is still better because if you're Catholic, you can get Petra. Petra's here. For 2 dip rep, and if you're Catholic, you also get the 2 dip rep, a dip rep from Alhambra, which I'm surprised hasn't been upgraded. And I think, does this give you dip rep? I don't think it does. No, it doesn't. But there's another dip rep somewhere. Probably not actually, but yeah, at least 3 dip rep there. I was looking around at earlier dip rep stacking modifiers. I was looking at maybe an Austria run as a dip rep stack. Don't know if it would be a video or not, but it probably won't be given how they see our videos. But there we go. Really should start making some more of those, but there we go. Right. Oh yes, I'm definitely getting their economy back together, sorting out their techs, and being good ideas. How is Malaya? Fully recovered? Because I do want to say that, yep, just 2 techs behind, so that's mostly fine. Now going to maritime, naval, yep, okay. Fair dues there. Right, what are we looking at time-wise? I think it's going to be last year afterwards, after this year, last year. Yeah, they're moving their capital. I think they're not, but yeah. Oh, they've almost caught up on score. Would be interesting to see how that goes. The reminder, we need to play for top 3, so yeah. Japan will definitely be looking at that card against Delhi as well, so bear that in mind. And Andalusia also will be definitely looking at the French card of Andalusia, and Russia would probably want to be looking at the Ottomans to murder their faces in and pick up their cards while they're at it. Prussia, if they get the opportunity, but I doubt it. I think they kind of have to be allied with Westphalia for the purpose of life, which means they can't really be aggressive to get their cards. And wow, Divieta is very... They've got a lot of promised defections to Vietnam. They're very disloyal. But there we go. Right. There was the January tick, so with the last 10 minutes, I would say it's time to prepare for last year, just so you're aware.
Oh, okay.
Last year, just so you're aware. But there we go. Yeah, 15k for getting Arsenal Sheffield. Whew. But there we go. Right. But that does bring us to the last year. We will be speed 3 in it as well to hopefully finish said year. But we probably should even on speed 2. May have to overrun this actually. I do like playing to the last minute. Actually, sorry. If we keep up speed 3, we may get away with another 2 years. But yeah, last 10 minutes nonetheless. That's your heads up. Yeah, if we keep up with speed 3, we might be able to get another 2 years in. I do like ending on the year ticks, so yeah, last 2 years / year, depending if you want to start a playable. But there we go. Right. Yep, Upsilon was the only person relatively lagging behind, and there we go. Well, that's good to see. Otherwise, yeah, I do want to see if GB manages to scrape by that, but I don't think they will. Not at 150, not in 75 months, yeah. In 75 months, assuming no changes here. Wow, that diplomatic rank really decreased for them. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. Right. Oh, Ottomans killing Kyuki. Okay. Did they agree to that land split? This is very much Persianoid. You know, very much thought this goes to Persia, but... Ouch, sorry about that. But yeah, no. I guess Ottomans are taking that slice of the pie. surprised about that, but it is what it is. And play Prussia 2k dev just about scraping into great power. 2k points, I guess. I think a lot of that is subject. Oh, a lot of that is not subject as well. Westfalia looking very clean at least, but they are very much surrounded by players, so no expansion for them there. And yeah, with it being August and still 8 minutes to go, I think with Speed 3 we'll get to 54 actually. Speed 3, I forget how fast it is. But yeah, single player, Speed 5 and pause. Well, Speed 4 and pause most of the time. Unless it's a very sort of campaign with Speed 3 and pause, I would say. Pausing is quite a good luxury. It's quite the luxury, I'll tell you that much. I am very used to MP no pausing these days, but pausing is quite a luxury. The thing with pausing is that if you don't want the game paused and someone else pauses it, it is quite annoying, but oh well, it is what it is. But yeah, I think we'll be pretty well in terms of getting a decent chunk of time done this session. So far, so very good anyway. Oh, let me check. Am I getting pinged? No, okay. But there we go. Right. Sorry about that. Check messages. See if I have any more fun ones. Alright. Go back to that. Yeah. Another day, another 4-hour stream. But yeah, Britain definitely taking the lead here, but Prussia, I think on a 1v1 can be kind of a fair fight, although economy is lacking. Prussia is still after all Prussia here, and they are kind of getting away with it, I think. Yeah, getting that. God, the Junkers loyalty. If they actually revoke primacy of the Junkers, they will unironically have an equilibrium of 101. That's pretty insane. But there we go. Alright, that's Prussia for you. Why did they get it that high? Noble consort, peasants' right abolished, reform Prussian monarchy, legitimacy, junker land rights, strong Dutch Catholic class, land ownership. Yeah, it's a decent chunk of that. Noble cadets, army tradition, prestige. Yep. Why are they mad at Alliance with Westphalia? Bit of a weird one, but there we go. But yeah, princes dropping like flies, especially once Naples starts getting integrated as well. And hey, 350 mil points. That is the one nice thing of having a march. You do get some pretty nice events out of either trade steering ones or the other stuff. So hey, you take those. You take those. But there we go. Yeah, 55. Even if we finish a couple of minutes early, I think it's definitely going to be end of the year now. Weird that Britain has Scotland, but they can have it. Bit of a weird border they have here eventually. They have most of Norway, with the exception of central Norway. I have this church, which is surprisingly not upgrading, but I guess they really don't care about the extra missionaries. But there we go. The Ottomans still getting bullied? No. Ottomans no longer getting bullied, actually getting a decent trade income. Good for them. Unlucky Mr. Upsilon. Not the best computer / internet, but can't do much about it. There we go. Do you want to see if eventually there will be some movement here by Delhi? VJ has got the bucket list of allies. See, I guess Pope isn't much of one, but Japan and Siam will not be trivial. Delhi wants to go in. They can. I don't know if they can drag a rush into this, or that'll be enough, but yeah. Oh well. Upsilon. Although speed 3 this late point doesn't matter. I'll get it by, yeah. Just more preserving preserving looks at this point, but it is what it is. Someone please remind me to get rid of the stream delay for next time. Because I don't think there's much of a problem with stream sniping these days, in all fairness. Well, at least I haven't had anyone complain about it, so you know. Maybe that's as simple as it working, but it does make it awkward for seeing what you're seeing, but there we go. But yeah, it is what it is. Right. So, I hope you enjoyed me complaining about Upstone lagging behind for the last 15 minutes, but that's been the majority of the content. In fairness, there was some pretty fancy wars going on, a couple million dead, I think around 5 million dead this session, so good wars all around, apart from this one where people start staring at the Baluchistan fort for 90% of it, but you know, look at what we got. RIP losing this subject though. That was rather awkward. But with that... Damn it, missed a second. That is the end of that session, so that concludes the GC. And, well, not the GC, Jesus Christ. This concludes this session. Let's make that other save. And there we go. Yeah, I actually pressed the pause button on the 31st, but there we go. That's the save done, and that's that over. So as usual, thank you very much for watching, and I'll hopefully see you all next week.